Peoria Unified, our kindergarten programs are designed to ensure that your child is known, valued, cared for, and challenged. Kindergarten is so much more than just the ABCs. It is where creativity is encouraged and bright minds blossom in a fun and safe environment. In Peoria Unified, we strive to make this an easy adjustment for parents to ensure your child is well prepared for the best possible educational experience. If you have an incoming kindergartner who will turn 5 by September 1st, 2024, visit peoriaunified.org/kindergarten for more information about how to reserve your child's seat in our kindergarten program. Enroll today.
Are you looking for a fulfilling career? Peoria Unified School District has openings at all levels. With outstanding benefits and professional growth opportunities, there's something to help you feel fulfilled and appreciated each and every day. Join the community where experienced educators have their expertise valued, where new teachers are supported from day one, and where those who are passionate about education reach their full potential. Welcome to Peoria Unified School District, where every day is an opportunity to make a difference. Visit us online. Are you looking for a fulfilling career? Peoria Unified School District has openings at all levels. With outstanding benefits and professional growth opportunities, there's something to help you feel fulfilled and appreciated each and every day. Join the community where experienced educators have their expertise valued, where new teachers are supported from day one, and where those who are passionate about education reach their full potential. Welcome to Peoria Unified School District, where every day is an opportunity to make a difference. Visit us online.
I'm going to call this meeting to order at 6 p.m. on 5-825. We are the Peoria Governing Board, and we are located at the Peoria Unified School District. Moving on to 2 opening exercises, 2.1, Moment of Silence, 2.2, Pledge of Allegiance, and Preamble of the Declaration of Independence. Clerk Toby, would you please lead us? Thank you. And if everybody could please keep in your thoughts and prayers, we lost a student at Lake Pleasant Elementary. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness.
Thank you. Moving on to number 3, address agenda. 3.1, address agenda and consider adoption or recommend changes. Does any board members have any changes to recommend? Okay, so I need a motion on the floor.
I will motion to adopt the agenda as presented.
And I will second.
So we have a motion made by Mrs. Ewing and a second made by Clerk Toby. And I'd like to run us through a voice vote as well.
Ms. Bowles,
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
President Rooks,
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit,
Yes.
Mr. Toby.
Yes.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Moving on now to 4 recognitions, 4.1 recognitions. Mrs. Airy, welcome.
Thank you, and good evening, President Rooks, members of the board, Dr. Summers, cabinet, and guests who have joined us this evening. I think most of you know that this time of year, well, it's just that time of year, we are hearing about all kinds of incredible things happening with our students and staff all across the district. It's that time when scores for the ACT test are beginning to trickle in from across our district, and we are thrilled to share that Peoria Unified, so far, we have 3 high school students who received perfect scores. The ACT test is a standardized test for high school achievement and college admissions and contains 4 subject areas: English, math, reading, and science. The test is scored on a scale of 1 to 36, with 36 being the highest score, and each subject area is scored individually and then also averaged to determine the composite ACT test score. We have 2 students who have earned a composite score of 36, having earned the 36 on at least 2 of the 4 subject areas. So students, when your name is called, if you would stand. First, we have Liberty High School Junior, Kylie McEwen. Now, Kylie received a total composite score of 36, that perfect 36 in English and math, and from what I understand, a 35 in reading and science. So like almost there, right there. Absolutely amazing. So congratulations to you, Kylie. Kylie tells me she's headed down the engineering track. Is that right? That's very, we're really looking forward to seeing what you're doing in that area. So congratulations to Kylie. Next, we have Centennial High School Junior, Jacob Sehan. I want to see if Jacob has joined us. I think he was going to try to be here but had some other commitments, but I'm hoping we can celebrate him as well. From Centennial High School, he received a total composite score of 36 in English, math, and science, so 3 of the areas, and a 35 in reading. If we could give him a big round of applause. And then I'd like to also highlight a student who scored a perfect score in all 4 of the areas. A huge round of applause to Liberty High School Junior, Jackson McLean. And while Jackson is still standing, I have to tell you, of the 1.6 million students that take the ACT test, only 0.33% achieve a perfect score in all 4 areas. So it's absolutely amazing. Congratulations, Jackson. Jackson's telling me, well, let's keep. I had a note and was reflecting with Jackson before the meeting that he is pursuing the medical field. He is also attending the Met Professional Academy. So we're very, very thrilled to see what Jackson does. Jackson, I'm going to invite you and Kylie up. We snapped a bunch of photos before the meeting took place, but I'm going to invite you up. And President Rooks, I know the board may want to give them some comments.
Welcome. Mrs. Ewing, do you have any comments for our two esteemed students here?
Thank you, President Rooks. Yes, I just want to say congratulations. It's obviously what you two have accomplished is not easy, and it is a testament to all the hard work you've put into your studies across all of the years. And congratulations to your family and so forth. Supporting you, and I do wish you the best of luck in all of your programs that you're going on to beyond our walls here. And I just really encourage you to stay in touch with us. We always like to track where our students end up and the great things that they're bringing back to our community. So congratulations, and congratulations again to the families too. Thank you.
Clerk Toby, do you have any comments?
Yeah, great job, Kylie and Jackson. You guys have accomplished a lot. Obviously, this is a great milestone for you, and now the really hard work gets to happen, right? So you guys, engineering, medical, great fields, and I look forward to your guys' future success. And if there's anything that we as a district can do to further support you in that, please reach out to your teachers. I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any comments?
Yes, congratulations to Jackson, Jacob, and Kylie. Wow, as a parent in ACT, I still am like, oh my God, they got ACT tomorrow. We got to make sure they're fed and bathed and, all that stuff. But, the stress of that and the preparation of years of studying, and wow, that's a big accomplishment. I know how big that is, and congratulations. I would have you as an engineer or a doctor because you're smart. Thank you.
Mrs. Proudfit, any comments?
So congratulations, that is extremely impressive. Same as what Mrs. Bowles said. As a parent, I'm well done. Like that's incredible. What an accomplishment. So did you guys do anything outside of the classroom to prepare for your ACTs?
Yeah, I definitely studied for the SAT and the ACT dedicated, so I did that for a good probably a month more in advance, but also involved with different extracurricular activities. So I was here, I think within the last month for the district math competition as well, right here. So, different opportunities like that and staying involved with the district. And thank you all for what you do. Really appreciate it. It's given me opportunities to do this as well. So, yeah, wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah, I think me and Jackson both really studied more for the SAT than the ACT. But yeah, extracurriculars too. We're both in NHS. I also have been going after school to our AP chemistry review for a good semester now. So, yeah.
I asked that leading question because when we see exceptional students, there seems to be some common threads, and that's stepping up and doing the extra work, getting involved. It looks like you took advantage of our MET program, and I love to see students really embrace and harness and be driving their own success beyond just what's expected and finding those ways to really excel. And I have no doubt that you're going to do the same thing in college and in your profession. So please, like the other board members said, please keep in touch and let us know. And your families that are here, great job. My child did not get a 36, just slightly below, but you must be so proud. So congratulations.
Yeah, I'm going to be echoing everything up here, because to hear that in this role, sitting on the board, to hear your accomplishments, it just gives so much joy when you're up in this position, to hear your successes and your hard work and your dedication and the hours that you spend studying and your involvement in your school is just, it's inspirational. And I thank you to your families too, because I know that that's a lot to prepare them, and you want to help and guide in whatever ways. And also to your school, your teachers, your principal. I know that there's all those programs after school, that's a lot of hours too, but congratulations to you guys for all of your hard work. And I'm very excited to see where you guys go. And I'm also excited because my kid will go to Liberty next year. So it's exciting to see just the drive from both of you to see that for future students that attend in our high schools in our district. So congratulations again to both of you. And if you guys want to say some things too, or if not, it's totally up to you.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, on the note of liberty and the school district, I really think that the teachers here and educators who have worked with me have really made a huge impact in my life, and I don't think I would have been able to do this without them. And there's so many of them I could name at Liberty and Met Professional Academy as well. But really, again, just thank you to all of you and to all of them, because, yeah, they've been a massive impact in my life.
Yeah, I do think the teachers at Liberty really go above and beyond for all of us. I know that I've had a lot of teachers who have stayed after school to help me study or just gone that extra mile. I mean, Mr. Opthorpe, he brought us breakfast before our AP tests, just teachers doing everything they can for us, and I think that really has helped us in their success.
I agree.
Congratulations. Round of applause again for our two students here. All right, and that concludes recognitions. Moving on now to 5 opening public comment. 5.1, request to address the governing board regarding matters not included on the agenda. We do have one public comment. You will have 3 minutes. From Courtney Malada? Malada. Welcome.
Thank you. Okay. Good evening, Governing Board President Rooks, members of the Governing Board, Dr. Summers, Cabinet, and members of the community. My name is Courtney Malata. I'm the parent of 2 children, Maggie and Connor, who attend Vistancia Elementary School. I also happen to be an educator, but I'm speaking to you tonight with my parent hat on to share my deepest appreciation and gratitude for the teachers and staff at Vistancia. Last night, I had the opportunity, as I think Mrs. President Rooks did as well, to attend Arts in the Park at Vistancia, and I sort of grumbled to myself, oh my God, another event at the school that my kids want to take them to? I'm exhausted, right? And my experience last night was nothing short of amazing. I sat in the shade with an ice cream and a cool breeze while my children ran around the playground and the amphitheater, delighting in being with their friends and their favorite grown-ups at school. My daughter Maggie made it a point to run up and hug all the teachers and staff members she knows, from her own classroom teacher, Mrs. Fritz, and her former teacher, Mrs. K, but also to hug the support staff and special areas teachers. Nurse Shannon, Miss Greasel, Coach Coughlin, Miss Anderson, Miss Pinkerton. She and my son Connor also had to run up and hug the principal, the amazing Mrs. Bennett. And while I sat relaxing and watching them, feeling badly I had grumbled about taking them, I watched the faces of the teachers and staff members who had just put in a full day of work and had their own children they were caring for, hugging and greeting my children with joy and with humor at 6:30 p.m. on a Wednesday evening. So on this Teacher Appreciation Week, instead of buying them another gift card, although I'll probably do that too, I thought I would show my appreciation by speaking from the heart to their district leaders. Both my mama heart and my educator heart are happy, knowing my children are in the care of such incredible educators and humans. And while we're often distracted with the noise of the day-to-day, I just wanted to take a moment to share that the educators at Vistancia are crushing it. They really are. So Vistancia staff, thank you. Doesn't feel like enough for the long hours, the early mornings, for caring equally for every child who walks through your door. And especially Mrs. Fritz, Nurse Shannon, Mrs. K, and Mrs. Bennett. When my daughter was diagnosed with a life-threatening chronic medical condition, you walked beside me and you never made me feel that my many requests or accommodations were too much, and I'm forever grateful. You make me proud to be an educator, particularly for our students who are most vulnerable. Governing board members, thank you for your service. And teachers, you're rocking it, and I stand in awe and in support of you. Happy Teacher Appreciation Week. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our public comments for the evening. Moving on now to 6 board and superintendent comments. 6.1 board member comments. Mrs. Ewing.
Thank you, President Rooks. So I just kind of wanted to start out, yes, this is Teacher Appreciation Week, but a lot of what teachers do doesn't have immediate gratification. And this is the time of year where we the community, the parents, the educators, get a real opportunity to see the fruits of all their labors with regards to the students. So I'm really excited as we go into all of the graduations, all of the, watching all of the scholarship recipients be awarded those scholarships, and then also going to those high school graduations. So this is a really, really exciting time of year. This is the time of year that our board gets to reflect on all the great things that our staff has done. So I'm looking forward to that. I want to say thank you to all of our staff across all of our districts. Thank you for putting in the hard work this year. Thank you for putting in the extra time, the persistence and the perseverance. We celebrate you, and I appreciate you. As far as where I've been the last 2 weeks since our last board meeting, I did get a chance to go over to the Met showcase and saw a lot of the, not only was I a judge, but then I got an opportunity to see a lot of the students' projects over there. They're really, really amazing. If you've never been to our Met program, please give them a call. They're happy to do tours anytime, and it's a really great way. Not only are our students getting excellent education, but they're working in partnership with a lot of our business community. So it's really great and an honor. I want to give a special shout out to Danielle Padilla over at Ironwood High School. She invited me over to see their third year celebration that they do for individuals signing who are there. It's a signing event for kids that are not going to sports programs. So typically all of our high schools do big signing celebrations for those who are signing to go on to colleges in sports, but this is for all of those kids for academics and so forth. So this is the third year they did it, and I got an opportunity to see that, and that was pretty exciting to see the number of students that were getting scholarships for all different sorts of things outside of just the sports. So I was very appreciative to be over there. So that's all I have. But again, thank you to everyone. And just to make sure I don't forget by the time we get to the end of the meeting is, and we know we have Mother's Day is coming up, so happy Mother's Day to all of my fellow board members, to your wife, and anyone in the audience and those listening, to all of those mothers out there. Thank you for everything you do, and I hope you have a wonderful Mother's Day. Thank you.
Clerk Toby, you have any board member comments?
Yeah, so appreciate you tolerating my absence last board meeting. I was on a trip, but it was well worth it. I appreciate the time. And I was able to make it back in time for Oasis, the planting of the moon tree. That was quite an experience. We got to see and listen to Mr. Vail explain how they're going to take care of the tree, how they're going to measure it and report back to the Department of Forestry. The kids were excited. I think I kind of dropped a line offering the kids no homework as a policy, but they got under control after a short while. But after that, I'm sorry, Dr. Hernandez, I had to throw it in there. It got their attention. I participated in the school violence prevention program. It's a new COPS grant that's coming out. There was an information session this past week with Q&A, so I'm interested to learn more about how we as a district can better fit and be partners with our law enforcement agencies that we work with here, Glendale and Peoria. I think that will be brought to a future agenda item, so we're excited to see that and improve school safety at all of our campuses. Attended the Centennial High School Be Somebody dance. It was an amazing performance of all the advanced dance, performance dance, and beginning dance, and one of the best performance numbers was the, I think they were calling it the Baby Coyotes, where they actually had the younger kids mentored by the students come and actually do a couple of dances. What's it called? The Coyotes Dance Academy. Yes, thank you. It was great. Did you help with that?
No, but I did perform in the Be Somebody's show. I wasn't that. And your sister was a coyote. And my sister.
Thank you for that. It was great. You guys did a wonderful job. And I also wanted to say Happy Mother's Day to not only my wife, to all the other lovely moms I get to serve with. I appreciate all the guys, all the work that you guys do. There's nothing in my mind that speaks as tenderly into a student's heart, child's heart, like a mom. And so I appreciate all the work that the moms do, all the moms in our district that are teachers. I mean, double portion for you guys, right? And thank you to my mom, Fritz, on this Mother's Day. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Bowles, do you have any board member comments?
I do. Thank you, President Ricks. Sunrise Mountain had their very first recipient of a Flynn Scholarship, and that is I don't even know how we're getting so many in our district because I don't remember this many when I was in the district, but that's a big deal. And the student's name is Sienna. I hope I'm saying that correctly, Brooks. So congratulations to Sienna. I wanted to say also happy Mother's Day to moms, daughters, daughter-in-laws, all of them, sisters. I've forever said my mom is now in a better place than here, and had a wonderful mom. I have 7 sisters and over 200 nieces and nephews, and so many dynamics in mom, right? But I will echo, I guess, a little bit of what Clerk Toby said, and that is there is nothing this side of heaven like a mom's prayer. I knew that when my mom went into heaven for sure, and it's just it's an honor to be a mom and to have all those roles. But there's a special place for moms, and I think the commercial's still out there. Mother knows best, for Jiffy and all that. So, but I say that not that a father doesn't have value, because there's nothing this side of heaven like a father that can speak into their child's life. But happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there. Thank you for everything you do, and much is unseen in what you do. I also want to say prayers for the family that lost a student this week. And I just want to recognize that and how fragile life can be. And happy Teacher Appreciation Week to all of our teachers, and not just the ones that carry a teacher certificate, but all our parapros and everyone else that makes a difference in child's lives. Thank you.
Mrs. Proudfit, do you have any board member comments?
Yes, thank you. First of all, happy Teacher Appreciation Week. I've been kind of watching and been around a lot of schools. We're heading into some really busy season time for the board. So we have award ceremonies and graduations, and we will be probably living out of our cars for the next several weeks. But I've been watching the PTOs and how they're taking care of our teachers, and I just, as a community, I'm so grateful for the comments for our ACT and SCT success stories of how it always goes back to the teachers. The teachers are the ones that are giving everything and going above and beyond. And so as a mother, as a board member, as a community member, thank you to our teachers for all that they pour into our children every day. It has been a busy, I've been at a lot of events, so I was able to attend with Mrs. Ewing and Mr. Toby, the Oasis tree planting ceremony, which was great. And what Mr. Toby didn't tell you, and if you haven't realized this yet, this is one of his strengths. He's really good at coming up with little things to kind of elevate an event. And he actually, on behalf of the board, purchased a tree that is being planted in Israel in honor of the students at Oasis. So I thought that was really beautiful, and we were able to present them with that certificate. The board honored Mr. Vale, who was a teacher at Oasis, who spearheaded that campaign to get the tree from NASA. We honored him with our Leading with Excellence pin, and so it was great to award him for going above and beyond for our students. And I'm really excited to see how that tree fares. I think they had said it had grown several inches already. Is that right? It had already grown several inches since it had been planted. So really looking forward to the students digging into that. I was able to attend with Mrs. Ewing, the Liberty High School, partnering with ACEE, their financial academy. This is the second time I've been able to attend and volunteer at an event like this, and it is such an incredible program geared towards high schoolers and partners great with our personal finance curriculum. I think we were with the Stuco kids during their class, and it was great watching them dig into and watching the looks of surprise on their face as we explained deductibles and how much health insurance is going to cost them. So it's wonderful when you can see that application of knowledge. I was also able to attend a cornhole tournament put on by the Sunrise Mountain Girls volleyball team. They are in crazy overdrive mode fundraising for a trip they're taking to Hawaii for their team. And so they have been tirelessly working. I also was able to attend at Sunrise Mountain the Empty Bowl fundraiser, and if anyone's ever been to it, it's one of my favorite events of the year. It was started by our beloved ceramics teacher, Frank Eager, who's no longer with the district. He moved with his family. But the new teacher that started was able to take that over, and the ceramic students create bowls, and it's hundreds of bowls, and you buy them and you get ice cream in the bowl, and then you get to take the bowl home with you. So you get to see all the artwork and wonderful things happening over at the Smart Center. I was also able to join Peoria Traditional for their quarterly awards ceremony, and I also, because my daughter goes there, was able to attend their spring concert for the 5th and 6th graders. I am endlessly impressed with their choral concerts. If you have not been to a Peoria Traditional choral concert, they are amazing. You were there too. It was exceptional. It's so great to see those students. And there's a lot more events coming up. I did want to say, I also gave a pin to Brandy Jans, who is one of our guidance counselors over at Sunrise Mountain High School. She just continually impresses me in everything that she does. She's a guidance counselor. She's the volleyball coach. She won the 5A Coach of the Year for our entire region this year. She is going so far above and beyond to provide this opportunity for the girls to go to Hawaii for this volleyball tournament, and she is just constantly present with every single kid she is involved with. So she was also honored with one of our Leading with Excellence pins. And I just wanted to say, happy Mother's Day. As a board member, I think the work we do here is so important, but there's no more important work that any of us will ever do than the work we do in the walls of our own home. And this work, I really appreciate how the district lifts up and supports the home, and I just want to honor each and every person who is doing that exceptional, life-changing, world-changing work within their families, and that's literally what moms do every day. So happy Mother's Day.
All right. Yes, I was just going to also wish a Teacher Appreciation Week. I was able to go to Cotton Bowl Elementary today and surprise a teacher there. She was been the 8th grade social studies teacher for a long time at Cotton Bowl. She's now in the different role this year, helping students with reading. So I was able to give her one of our pins of Leading with Excellence, Stephanie Rimby. And she was very surprised. She had no idea. And so that was great to share that moment with her. She's just been so amazing in her teaching, staying at Cotton Bowl. Like, Cotton Bowl is the place that she wants to invest in the students, and I'm just really proud of what she's done there. And so I wanted to wish her and all the teachers Appreciation Week. As it was mentioned, I was at the Arts in the Park last night for Vistancia Elementary, and Miss Shanley and Miss Griesel and Miss Z, they did an amazing job putting that together. It's such a great tradition to have there for all the families, all the students, to showcase their talent. And it was great to see other staff members there with their kids and just be excited to enjoy that evening. And what was also great is the steel drums performance group. They performed songs that they had originally performed last week at California Adventures. They got to perform on stage. So I just want to say thank you to Mrs. Shanley, because I know that that is a big project every year, driving with students on buses to California Adventures. So congratulations to that. And I did want to have prayers and thoughts sent to Lake Pleasant Elementary, the community and the family who lost their child this last week. I can't imagine. So I just wanted to send that out. And last, I want to wish everybody else up here, all the moms, sorry Jeff, but your wife, happy Mother's Day. And Dr. Summers, your wife as well, happy Mother's Day to her. And all the moms in our district and in our community that just go above and beyond for their child, the sacrifices that they make for their children. And I want to wish a happy Mother's Day to my mom and my grandma, who's probably watching the board meeting right now. So I will end with that. Moving now on to 6.2, superintendent comments. Dr. Summers.
Thank you, President Rooks, Governing Board, Cabinet, guests. Well, at the risk of being redundant, I'm going to re-echo all of our appreciation for all of our amazing teachers. So happy Teacher Appreciation Week. And as we know, it takes all of us to make a difference on behalf of every student every day. So in addition to the comments from our governing board, as well as Ms. Mulata this evening, and all the comments pouring in over social media from different parents, community members, students, and alumni expressing appreciation for their teachers, there's just not enough awesome words to say and share, and just cannot agree with them more. So thank you, thank you, thank you. We have a couple more weeks. I'm reminded every time we are gathering that it is May, and there's a lot going on. So we're finishing the school year strong, and we appreciate all of the continued dedication and effort in that space. And while we continue to celebrate the outstanding work of all of our educators, I want to give a shout out to 2 of our CTE teachers who have received recently some special recognition. Mr. Dave Severn, construction and welding teacher at Peoria High School, who was recently inducted into the Skills USA Arizona Hall of Champions for his dedication to CTE and making a lifelong impact on Arizona's construction workforce, as well as Mr. Kenyon Ozon, digital media teacher at Liberty High School, who was recently named by the Association for Career Technical Education of Arizona as the new CTE Teacher of the Year. So I want to congratulate both Mr. Severn and Mr. Ozon. We've got teachers across the entire continuum and spectrum, again, making just a fantastic difference on behalf of all of our students. Continuing in the world of CTE, I also want to recognize the Cactus High School EV Club and Robotics team. The EV Club was presented with the Best Performance Award at the Electrify Expo at State Farm Stadium for their student-built electric vehicle. And the robotics team, known as the Cactus Commanders, competed in Houston, Texas in the World Championship. They walked away winning their division and advancing to the finals, which is it's super impressive. So congratulations to both those groups as well for those achievements. Lastly, I want to recognize the remarkable work of various groups of students for attaining Arizona State seals. This year, students in Peoria Unified earned 7 seals in civics literacy, 40 seals in personal finance, and 55 seals in biliteracy, as well as 135 seals in arts proficiency, setting an all-new record for the total number of seals earned in our district. So congratulations to all those students who received, snaps, definitely, for all of those fantastic accomplishments in earning that Arizona State seal. As you know, we're going to be celebrating so many of our fantastic students coming up here soon at graduation and continuations and all those great things. And then since you all have mentioned the whole Mom's Day thing, I'll just give a shout out not only to my wife, but also my mom, who was a middle school educator for 35 years. And I owe a lot to her in terms of where I've been and where I'm from. And so shout out to all you guys, all you moms, and congratulations. Have a wonderful weekend. And with that, President Ricks, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Dr. Summers. Moving now to 7 discussion items. 7.1, outsourced custodial and landscaping facility services update. Mr. Molino, thank you.
President Rooks, members of the governing board, Dr. Summers, cabinet, and guests. Tonight I will be providing an update on the changes that will be taking place on July 1st to our outsourced facility services for both custodial and landscaping. It is important to understand the past for both of these commodities. To do so, we must go back almost 15 years to visualize what the district was going through at that time. This presentation is not about second-guessing decisions that were made in the past. It is about providing a path forward to continuously improve and make the best possible financial decisions with the available resources. For both areas, we'll provide historical context, look at where we are today, and what the upcoming changes will be. During the summer of 2009, the district went through a reduction in force process. During the 2010 and 2011 fiscal years, every support department went through an efficiency process with a primary consideration to lower financial costs. Everything that you see on this slide is copied from a presentation that was provided to the governing board on January 4th, 2012. During that fiscal year, with the data they had available, the decision was made to eliminate all full-time night custodial positions over a 3-year period. To do so, they considered 2 options. First, eliminating the full-time positions and creating part-time positions which would have savings in benefits. And then second, they also considered outsourcing custodial services. Switching to part-time positions had a higher savings, so that option was chosen. Fast forward 2 years to 2014. All data on this slide is from a presentation that was provided to the governing board on April 10th, 2014. The switch to part-time staff caused other issues. The employees had a high absence rate, they had a high turnover rate, and we had a high percentage of unfilled positions. Other non-custodial staff at schools had to pick up the slack and provide over 20 hours of cleaning. A lot of this work was picked up by food services staff and the day maintenance site lead. Jump one more year to 2015. All data on this slide is from a presentation that was provided to the governing board on March 26, 2015. As you can see, we still had staffing problems with a high absence rate, high turnover, unfilled positions, and a decrease in staff productivity. That was the year that the decision to outsource custodial services occurred. There was another reduction in force, and almost 300 positions were eliminated district-wide. The cost savings to outsource at that time was about $500,000 per year. Since then, the district spent 2015 to 2020 with ABM, and 2021 to now with CCS as our custodial service providers. Both companies were hired to provide a modified partial scope of work, or as some call it, a basic cleaning package. The following is a financial report of all the outsourced custodial expenses dating back to 2015. You heard me mention that we contracted ABM and CCS to provide a modified partial scope of work. The main difference between a partial versus a full scope of work are how frequently carpeted traffic lanes are vacuumed, how often all furniture, fixtures, equipment, and accessories are dusted and spot cleaned, how often desktop services are wiped down, and an increase of about 45 additional staff. Around the winter of 2021, and then again in June of 2023, I asked for the cost of a full scope of work. To put into perspective, where you see the 2021 at roughly $4.1 million, in 2022 at almost $4.4 million, a full scope of work would have been about $6 million per year. And in 2023 or 2024, it was $6.2 million. So you see there's a considerable difference between partial and a full scope of work. To summarize our current outsourced custodial services, CCS is responsible for approximately 4.1 million square feet district-wide. And they currently have 118 staff with a 96% fill rate for staff positions. For next year's custodial contract with CCS, we will be decreasing the square footage that they support by 1.6 million square feet. This will decrease their contract by roughly or exactly $1,749,549. We will use that M&O funding to add 34 full-time employees, 1 per elementary school location and 1 per support site. The title would be lead night custodian. This is the same title that there's a lead night custodian at the high schools, so we're using the same title. And in preparation for this last summer, we started to plan and added 1 position for Lake Pleasant Elementary School already. The total lead night custodians that will be added overall is 35. Each of these positions will be responsible for cleaning and supporting approximately 45,817 square feet. The M&O cost with benefits will be $1,660,102 to $1,774,000, depending on experience. This will be a budget neutral change. So we're decreasing CCS's square footage and using those dollars to fund the positions. There will be no changes to the high schools this year. CCS will continue to support them, and the high schools already have a night custodian maintenance worker. The primary benefits of this change are that since 2021, when I started and spent my first, every new leader in a position goes out and does their listening tour. During that time, one of the biggest feedbacks that I received from principals in that October, November of 2021 was their request to have this type of position brought back. A few months ago, I surveyed the elementary principals. 29 responded. Out of those, 26 supported this, and 2 asked for additional information, and 1 did not support it. The one that did not support it, and we'll talk about risk, they did not feel that we would be able to hire and attract the positions. This is a budget neutral change, and having our own staff would have the expected result of increased care, level of attention, pride, and internal quality control. It does have a risk where we may not be able to hire, attract, and retain staff. This type of position and its applicants will be competing with industry applicants in this type of job market. There will be hidden costs, especially within human resources and facilities, to hire, onboard, and train the new staff. And on the procurement side, stocking and handling clean supplies from the warehouse and that delivery all the way to the schools. We do believe the benefits outweigh the risks. Our current tasks, the positions are posted. Interviews will occur over the next 45 days, and we actually had one lady interviewing today for this building. So that process has started, and we have applicants already. We have ordered equipment such as cleaning carts, vacuums, along with cleaning supplies. New hires would start July 1st. Vacancies and responsibilities will continue to be supported and covered by CCS until that respective position is filled. And I have met with CCS and notified them of the contract changes. Now we're switching over to the next area, and that's landscaping services, which includes services such as mowing, trimming, edging, and herbicide spraying. We first had to start outsourcing these services during fiscal year 2022. As you can see, we started with Yellowstone and then added OSM. The first 3 fiscal years, we operate on a partial scope of work because of available budget capacity within the facilities department. We had to start outsourcing these services because we had too many vacancies within the ground staffing. We ended up closing positions and moving the position dollars to fund the additional services. This school year, we used additional facilities budget to increase the provided services to do a full scope of work to ensure that our properties were well maintained. The following is a financial report of all the outsourced landscaping expenses dating back to fiscal year 21. You heard me mention that we first contracted out for a partial scope of work and increased the services we were paying for on a yearly basis until this fiscal year, which we moved up to a full scope of work. The main difference between partial and full are how frequently the grounds were mowed and trimmed, and then the frequency of pre-emergent and spraying herbicides. The following are the changes to outsource landscaping services for next year, and we've already started this, and some of these crews are already staffed. For elementary schools, we're creating 2 crews with 5 staff each. For high schools, 1 crew with 9 staff each. There will also be a painting crew with 6 staff to paint and stripe the athletic fields year-round. Other existing staff are the current ground supervisor, 3 irrigation technicians, and 2 small engine service and repair technicians. We'll continue to outsource weed and herbicide services at a projected cost of approximately $110,000 per year. And the 2 positions that used to do herbicide for us before 21, those are still unfilled, and we haven't been successful in getting applicants. So we're using the dollars for those 2 positions to continue to outsource that part. There will be about a $500,000 in savings in M&O to bring landscaping services back in-house. We expect the same risk as custodial in attracting, hiring, and retaining staff, but with especially our benefits package, that's the main reason we're getting applicants right now. And with the changes to the classified hourly schedule, pay schedule over the last 2 years. Some of the positions are filled and some are being created and posted. The vendors have been notified on these changes that we're doing for next year. And as a matter of fact, with the positions that we've already hired, Yellowstone and OSM are helping us and train those staff for July 1. At this time, I'm available for any questions and comments.
Thank you, Mr. Molino. So we have no public comment tied to this line item. So Mrs. Ewing, I'll start with you as first.
Okay, great. So the positions that we're bringing forward, are those all nighttime positions? Am I clear on that?
Mrs. Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, correct. These are all lead night custodians, so they will work The hours may depend on when the school gets out, but for example, it could be from 2 p.m. to 10 p.m.
Okay, great. Well, I think another thing, I don't know if it was mentioned on the slides here, but I think another thing about having us be the employer is that we also seem to have a higher level of standards with hiring staff. So I think it's great because then we can make sure that the staff that are hired are certainly high-quality folks. And I appreciate that. And I know over the years we've had some complaints, so I appreciate that the district, that we can continue to demand high-quality services, respond to our community feedback while also trying to maintain fiscal responsibility. So I really appreciate how you've done your due diligence and reaching out to all the campuses, getting feedback, and also finding opportunities to save money and still be able to guarantee those high-quality services. So I appreciate that. So I don't really have any other questions. Thanks.
Clerk Toby, do you have any questions?
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Molino, you mentioned a survey for the custodial, but was the survey conducted about site leaders and their thoughts on landscaping, the division of labor when it comes to that?
Mrs. Rooks, Mr. Toby, no, the survey that I did was strictly on the custodial side, not the landscaping side.
Okay. And then on that note, what level are we anticipating having every site leader have with either that full-time night custodian or the landscape? You know, if things are not up to par, up to contract, are we allowing that site lead to kind of drive that conversation with their relative crew or employee, or is that something that's going to be streamlined through the district office?
Could you clarify the question?
Yeah, so say if an elementary school is not happy with their landscape service, I know in the past, because the contracts have come through the district office, that there was a portal or some way to file a complaint. But are we able to just have local control, essentially? Can that principal go up to that landscape crew and be like, you're trimming the trees wrong, or, you know, like, you missed a spot, like that kind of, I just want to make sure that every school has the ability to have that kind of more local control of the quality of their care.
President Rooks, Mr. Toby, yes, principals, any time with any staff member from the support services side or operations side, whether it's technology, grounds, custodial, they have the authority or the right to go and address that employee and give feedback. They can also reach out to the direct supervisor or Dr. Larson. They can also put in a work order through the FMX system and put the request in that way.
Thank you.
Good feedback.
That's all I have. I appreciate it.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any questions or comments?
Yes, I do have a question. And I didn't see it in there, so I apologize if I just missed it, but the difference between the lead that we're hiring, which I am happy to hear that we are doing that. I think they're invested a little more, and anyway, so the difference in lead custodial services and outsourced services, what is the difference in their job description? I heard you say the outsource was wiping tables down, vacuuming, emptying trashes. I venture to say or hope that a lead custodian would be more than that.
Mrs. Rooks, Mrs. Bowles, yes. The intent is to increase the level of service that we provide to our campuses.
And can you just like expound on that? What would it in addition include?
In the 45,000 square feet that they're going to be responsible for in their 8-hour shift, it could be that, I'll give one example. I won't say the school. 2 school years ago, about this time of year, a teacher allowed a classroom to have a gummy bear fight. And then they left it there, and that's clearly not in CCS's scope.
So I'm so glad you used that example, because my next question was going to be, at what point, and I don't know, I mean, do we have to have rules in place for classrooms and teachers, and hey, you can't let, the kids have a gummy bear fight, or you're going to be cleaning it up yourself, otherwise we're paying for it. And are they hourly employees, or are they salaried?
The employees that we would be creating, these would be hourly employees.
So then, do we have something in place for teachers or staff to, hey, pick up your room, so we're not paying extra for extra things?
Right now, so we've had those conversations with site principals over the last few years, and it's gotten a lot better ever since that incident. So that has been addressed. But the big ones right now, or usually, are the art classroom, especially when they're cutting paper and all the little papers that fall on the floor, especially if carpeting in a partial scope of work is not daily. That's where CCS then may move, if they're supposed to vacuum, let's say on a Thursday night, and this happened on a Tuesday, if they have the time, they'll move the vacuuming up to that Tuesday, but then they won't be able to vacuum later on Friday.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Mrs. Proudfit, any questions or comments?
I just want to say thank you for bringing this forward. I think our very first conversation when you and I sat down, when I first got appointed to the board, we were talking about this very thing. So I know you've been working on this and brainstorming a way to rise our level of service and keep the finances in line. I think this is particularly important. We talk a lot about our schools being co-owned by our community, and I love to see the district putting great importance on how we're showing up as a community member with the exterior of our schools, particularly with the landscaping. I did have one question kind of along the same lines as what Mr. Toby was saying. So who these, the overnight custodians are, obviously they don't directly report to Dr. Larson. So is there a position in between Dr. Larson and these employees? So who is their direct report?
Mrs. Rooks, President Rooks, Mrs. Proudfit, almost flipped them. Sorry about that. Yes, there is one person in between Dr. Larson and this position. It will probably be Mr. Paul Adamo. And just like the site leads at the schools, they will report to Paul, or they'll report to the principal and dotted line to Paul. Okay. And Paul will be responsible for their training.
The one thing I would just maybe put out there is, right now we have this system in place for the high schools, but the cleanliness and upkeep of our high schools is not equal. And I'll point out Ironwood as being a stellar example because I think their custodian does an awesome job. Their campus is beautiful. I mean, he really takes pride, which is the great thing about bringing this in-house, is I think there's a different sense of ownership. But I would just encourage with that mid-level employee that they're reporting to that we implement some kind of quality control and just checks, because I know there's a few that we have these positions in now that maybe are not quite up to snuff of what I've seen at other campuses. And so just kind of centralizing that so that we have one Peoria standard that everyone is just aware of, know what to expect, so that all of our schools are rising to the occasion as good community members for not just our students, but our community as well. That's it.
Thank you. I just have a couple questions that I wrote down, so I'll try to go fast. You mentioned Yellowstone would be training the staff, like the staff that we hire. Is there a cost to that we would have with Yellowstone?
President Rooks, no.
Okay.
They're just doing that as part of the contract.
Okay, all right. The positions that you talk about trying to retain and keep and whatnot, is that, I'm just trying to think back to when we voted for the maintenance and override. Would that be, those positions be in that categories? Was that at all in any of those?
President Brooks, I'm trying to remember, are you referring to the override election for this coming November?
Yes, yeah.
Only if, and I'll look at Dr. Summers, if one of the line items is for increasing pay of existing staff.
Okay.
Can President Rooks, thank you for that question. I just want to verify that with Ms. Myers if we can.
Thank you, President Rooks, members of the governing board. One of the line items in the override is staff compensation, recruiting and retaining the best staff possible.
Okay. So if you were to hire people right now, because you've put the positions in, that would set up for that part?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. I did have a question when you mentioned purchasing supplies. Would that also correlate, you mentioned the art classroom with little pieces of paper. Would there be supplies in that category for classrooms for teachers? So to make it easier in there, or like the students, when the students get like, oh, this is, I'm door duty, or I'm, want to help out in the class. Is there stuff that we're going to look at to kind of help with that? I don't know if I'm making sense.
We have not considered that. I have
Okay.
thought about that, but that's something that we'll work with Dr. Summers and Dr. Hernandez, since that involves classroom side. For right now, everything that we're buying will be through the facilities department, the vacuum cleaners, the cleaning carts, and the supplies for that employee.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I just thought that was, when you mentioned the art papers on the floor, I just thought finding something easy for in the classroom that they can use real quick, and then a student, like, here's your daily, you get door duty, you get this. Like, they get excited if they have something, and so I just was thinking of that. With mentioning of, I know that we have had a lot of complaints around the landscaping and the cleaning, so I appreciate you bringing this forward tonight. I love all the ideas. I think you and I have talked about it for about 4 years now, so I appreciate it. But when we do bring on individuals and we do hopefully retain and keep them, is there a plan for the schools that have not been, as like Ms. Proudfoot said, not been as addressed in those areas of need, and we bring on that individual and they're having to, I know it's hourly, but they're having to do more of that extra work because of the setback of the care that was not kind of meeting the needs of the school? Is there a plan for addressing that so that they're just not unloaded with all of the things that they have to catch up on? Does that make sense?
President Rooks, on the ground side, I do believe that this year we have seen a considerable difference in the way all the sites, the way they look and the curb appeal. So we have addressed that already. So with our staff maintaining them moving forward, they won't have to play catch up, which is what we were doing a lot last year. On the custodial side, we expect that as long as we can hire, we will be able to provide better services to the schools, and especially after, with them starting in July, the deep cleaning that CCS is paid for through the end of July, that will occur. So when they come in July, schools should have their deep cleaning done. So they should not have to play catch up.
Okay, thank you for addressing that.
President Rooks, if I may?
Yes.
Just something that I wanted to add to that particular line of question, and we saw it reflected in our survey data from earlier this spring. We did see a significant increase. I don't have it right in front of me, but I believe it was at least a 5 to maybe more like an 8-point jump in the notice, and I believe it was from both parents. I don't know that we ask it the same way of our students or our staff, but specifically noticing the maintenance of our sites and the cleanliness, and that being an item that there was a lot of agree and strongly agree. So I just, from a perception angle, I think that's one of the data points that we're certainly monitoring. The other thing I would also offer up, and I do believe this will situate as we work with our revision to our strategic plan, and you'll hear terminology that we'll continue to be bringing forward for the board and the community around a district dashboard or scorecard. And so when we talk about, for example, key performance indicators that reflect a standard of care and a level of what are those standards that we're striving for, and I think anytime that we can set that high bar and then also acknowledge, just even as I think Mrs. Proudfoot mentioned earlier, sites that are exemplary in that effort, as well as working to support collectively everybody to be the best we can absolutely be, that's an opportunity for us in the system to continue to reinforce what those expectations are, and then have some metrics that we can attach to them as we go. So I think it's absolutely appropriate for us to, and from a board point of view, create a standard or an expectation that we can demonstrate that we're building toward, and recognizing the inputs into that effort as well as what those resulting outputs are. So I just wanted to lift that up as part of the conversation.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Summers, for that. I'm very excited to see this. I'm glad that we did survey and ask the principals, so thank you for doing all of that work. And I know that this has been an issue for a couple of years, and I'm excited to see the changes made. I do think it's important to have them on campus because I've just seen that there's more investment when someone's on there, and they also build that connection with staff and the students and the parents, and so that's just really cool to see. So yeah, is there a plan of also sharing this with our site councils that we have at all of our schools?
President Rooks, with the site councils, I had not thought about that, but I'll work with Dr. Larson and the principal communication on that piece.
Okay, great. Yeah, I don't have any other further questions. So
President Ricks, can I say a couple things? Because
Yes.
you guys already touched on some of it. I was going to say there are countries that have students pick up their classroom at the end of the day. And going back to what Dr. Summers said, I'd like to see something in place. And, you know, those campuses, of course, being, you know, clean, but even into the classroom and incorporating, you know, I think Ms. Rooks, President Rooks said, giving, you know, duties or yada, yada, but giving something, I'd be willing to, from the board, you know, hey, Ironwood High School, thank you, we walked to campus, you're keeping, you know, we walked in this classroom or whatever. I think that's feasible, and bringing it to a standard of excellence. Let's take care of our classrooms, and we will recognize that as well. So, thank you.
If I may, sorry, I was totally thinking when you said that, it's such a great idea, that whole just idea of ownership over the space. You know, kids are going to be less likely to throw gummy bears if they know they have to clean them up. I wanted to highlight, though, Principal Duguid at Liberty High School. He actually started, Dr. Summers, is it the beginning of this year, where instead of having, was it last year?
Yes,
Instead of having
year.
detention or sweep, now the kids, if they have some kind of infraction, they actually clean up the campus during their lunch period. And that, along the same idea, and I know that's been very, very, very successful at Liberty.
Yes, I remember that as well, seeing that Facebook post on it, and that was a good idea. So if nobody has any other further questions, thank you, Mr. Molino, for your presentation.
Thank you.
Moving now to 7.2, update on mental health professional staffing for the 2025-2026 school year. Dr. Summers.
Thank you, President Rooks and governing board members. This item is being brought to you this evening at the request of a governing board member from our previous meeting. So I'm just going to share this with you high level and share numbers relative to the different bullet points that are listed under the background of this agenda item. So given where we've been over the last few weeks in working with our social workers in particular, we currently have 9 licensed social workers that are signed on and staying in the district. We have currently 7 that are working toward their licensure. So the total number of employees that are in that bucket, if you will, are 16 who have signed their contracts. Again, the 9 that are licensed already and the 7 that are working toward that licensure. As far as the number of employees moving into an alternate role within Peoria Unified, currently have a count of 6 who have moved into other alternate roles that they are eligible for. So those include 1 school psychologist, 3 behavior interventionists, and 2 school counselors. And I just heard a little earlier this afternoon, hot off the press, that there may be 1 additional who has their teaching endorsement and may be in a teaching position. I just don't have that totally verified because this data was reviewed and vetted as recent as yesterday. So it's a moving number as we continue to move closer into the beginning of next year. As far as the number of mental health employees who are not currently returning to Peoria Unified, we have that count at 9. So we had a couple that we just received confirmation yesterday on, and those are resignation forms that are in process. But again, that total number that we have is 9. So the current number of vacancies that we are working for from a social worker angle is 16. And I am pleased to report that we did just hire a licensed social worker for Santa Fe Elementary for the 25-26 school year. So that person does have the expected licensure based on the board's revision to policy earlier this spring. We also have, and I believe this number is coming straight from a visions report. There is one caveat to it, which is we may have some ESI employees or those that are eligible for an ESI contract who do not show up in that visions report. So I just want to make reference of that. But the current openings that we have in behavior interventionist positions looks to be 13.5 FTE, 9.8 FTE for school psychologist. This number is very detailed, 7.5336 for school counselor. So some of our counseling positions aren't necessarily articulated as a full-time role. So if you total that number up as a FTE, that's 30.8336. And again, the 16 openings that I mentioned earlier from the social worker perspective. That's the information that I have for you. I'm open to any questions you may have.
Thank you, Dr. Summers. Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions?
I do. Thank you, President Rooks. And I didn't mention this earlier, I know that we'll be continuing to try to fill these positions as we go throughout and before the school starts next year. When can we, so two questions, when can we expect an update on these positions? And then the second part of that question is when can we expect, or can we get an update at some point in how are we managing those vacancies and filling the needs of the things that those individuals provided at those locations, those school locations?
President Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, I would anticipate we can continue to provide updates as we work over the next several weeks. Certainly we're monitoring this data in real time. So as we head into the summer months even, June and July, recognizing that the school year seems like it's a bit away, but actually not that far, we can continue to provide periodic updates for the board. And I would add, not just relative to some of these roles, but just kind of all of our various openings that we have across the system. I think with respect to your second question, that's worth a deeper dive. Potentially a study session item or something that we can prepare for and certainly speak to what that game plan looks like at respective sites.
Okay, great, thank you. Clerk Toby, do you have any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Ms. Bowles, do you have any questions?
I do. You said there was 7.5336 school counselor. Is that guidance counselor? Is that?
Those are our high school counselor positions. So I could drill down if you'd like by high school, but
I don't need that.
The total amount is 7.53.
So those are guidance counselors, not counselors?
Correct. They are high school guidance counselors.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Proudfit, any questions?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Summers. I don't have any questions either.
Thank you.
Moving on to 7.3, IEP process relative to additional adult assistance, AAA. Dr. Hernandez will be presenting. Thank you.
Good evening, President Rooks, members of the board, Dr. Summers, cabinet, and guests. Thank you for the opportunity to support discussion and provide background and clarification on how additional adult assistance is situated within the individual student's education plan, also known as an IEP. Before we continue, I'd like to remind the board that in adherence with confidentiality terms in the Federal Individuals with Disability Act, also known as IDEA, we cannot discuss or disclose any of a student's special education records to include students' individual education plans. In the absolute interest of protecting student information, I am prepared to gently interrupt the discussion, to ask to be very cautious and to adhere to IDEA's confidentiality terms, and I thank you in advance for supporting our students in this manner. In our time together this evening, we will cover common terminology to support building common understandings. We'll examine the procedural changes relative to how additional adult assistance is documented in a student's IEP. We will review the timeline relative to the change it was made in 22-23, the school year, and where we are today with support and implementation. I have to click my own slides. So then we'll end together with discussion that demonstrates our commitment to keeping the students' needs at the center of our focus. So let's begin with our terminology. So we're going to start with operational terms: policy, practice, and procedure. So if we think about procedure being a set of steps in the bottom of our triangle as we go together, the procedure being a set of steps becomes practice in how we do something, which is then we want to make sure it's aligned to policy. So in our context, in the boardroom, when we think about policy, we automatically go to governing board policy. So I want to clarify that the transition to additional adult assistance was not a change in policy in our context so far as governing board policy. Rather, it was a change in procedure and practice, which is in alignment with IDEA and governing board policy, IHB. So I want to spend a minute talking about content terminology specific to special education. The IEP, as we've talked about, Individualized Education Plan, AAA, Additional Adult Assistance. We may talk about BI, which is Behavior Interventionists, IAs, Instructional Assistants, CNAs, which are Certified Nursing Assistants. We'll talk now about the flow of an IEP. For parents with a student already with an IEP, as needed, the IEP team, which consists of parents, special education staff, general education teachers, come together as needed. Peoria Unified practice and procedure has been that 3 days before the IEP meeting, parents are sent a draft of the IEP, which may contain updated information and any proposed changes. This gives parents the opportunity to consider any of those updates and changes, along with considering any updated changes they would like to bring to the IEP team. The average IEP team meeting runs anywhere from 60 to 90 minutes as the team goes page by page to discuss the student's progress and any growth opportunities that may remain. At the conclusion of the IEP meeting, all IEP members sign to acknowledge their participation. Signing to acknowledge participation does not indicate the IEP is final. If parents or other team members have questions, time remains to have those questions answered along with finalizing any decisions related to the child's needs. For example, the child may be needing 60 minutes of speech services. The parents and the team may discuss, does it make most sense to do 2 blocks of 30 minutes or 1 block of 60 minutes? The parent may make that decision and have it included in the IEP. Next, a prior written notice is sent. Within 3 days, along with that updated draft, the prior written notice contains the discussion and it captures that discussion from the IEP team meeting. On average, it's about 2 days, and then that IEP may be finalized, noting that at any time, any member of the IEP team may request to reconvene and open the IEP back up. So specific to the IEP and the additional adult assistance, which is part of the supplemental aids and services section of an IEP, which is separate from an area like related services and the specially designed instruction for that section of an IEP. Also found in that supplemental aid and services section could be other supports needed for the student to access the curriculum. For example, assistive technology. The student's IEP may include supports for areas such as assistance with mobility, safety, behavior, regulation, and/or academics. Historically, student IEPs did not consistently include a reference to additional adult assistants. To promote clarity and consistency in practice across schools, beginning in the 24-25 school year, special education staff were directed to ensure the corrected verbiage was there to support additional adult assistance in student IEPs. Additionally, staff and students have received guidance, support, and reminders on communicating with parents regarding additional adult assistance in IEP meetings. Also, historically, staff were guided to include specific qualifications or job titles within a student's IEP, thus inadvertently limiting who could assist that child. The change in practice is directly aligned to focusing on the student's actual support needs. For example, when additional adult assistance is listed in the support of an IEP, it would then allow for the identified supports to be provided by a range of qualified staff that could include, but wouldn't be limited to, certified nursing assistants, instructional assistants, behavior interventionists, and other appropriately trained staff. To further clarify the transition from specific qualification references to the use of additional adult assistance was a change in practice and procedure to serve in the best interest of encouraging the focus to be on supporting the student's needs. It was not a policy change as we are accustomed when we talk about policy in the boardroom. As IEPs are updated, parents of students whose IEPs include additional adult assistance are being notified during the IEP meeting if and as needed. Most noting IEPs are already written in alignment with this procedural change. In no way does this change to practice and procedure reduce the level of care and support provided to students whose IEPs include additional adult assistance. As a district, we are pleased to see a decline in state complaints, due process complaints, and OCR complaints, while also seeing much more satisfactory audit results from the Arizona Department of Education. In the past, when these claims have come forward, it has been provided to our district as an opportunity to learn. And it gave us the opportunity to improve how services are provided. One of our most significant learnings from these claims has been the need to be consistent across all of our schools. One of the steps we have taken to increase consistency has been to streamline over 40 different job titles, along with eliminating confusion, overlapping roles, and helping staff and family administrators understand exactly who is providing support and what that support is. Refocused support draws our attention to the student's need, not a staff member's title. The goal is to ensure support is targeted, purposeful, and directly aligned to student needs identified in the IEP. In supporting students on IEPs, it is critical to eliminate gaps in potential service, especially during transition between staff members. Previously, students may have experienced inconsistencies when there was a staff change. But now, with training, there is limited opportunity for interruption in support during these transitions. This consistency has helped maintain stability for students, especially those with the more complex needs, and to ensure they continue to receive support that they require without delay. Improved clarity speaks to how and which specific supports need to be provided as the needs are clearly outlined in the student IEP. In leaning into the numerous learning opportunities provided through claims, we diagnosed a central challenge relative to consistency. In the 22-23 school year, one of the key issues identified was the variation in language used to describe roles and services. This inconsistency led to confusion, not only among staff, but also among our families. When different terminology was used, it created a lack of clarity around who was responsible for providing what services. This confusion in roles and terminology translated directly into unclear expectations, both for staff and families. The result was inconsistent service delivery, with students receiving varying levels of support depending on the team or the location. Another challenge included was single-person reliance. on specific staff members to deliver key supports. When those staff members were absent or unavailable, it created the potential for gaps in service delivery, leaving students potentially without continuous support. To address these challenges, the district began to transition to the new Additional Adult Assistance, or AAA, terminology. The transition has helped us to simplify and standardize support roles, reducing the number of different position titles and creating more clarity around who is providing and how is that support being delivered. In the 23-24 school year, as part of our efforts to standardize the terminology, staff began updating IEPs during annual IEP review meetings. During these meetings, the IEP team worked collaboratively to transition support roles to the new Additional Adult Assistance designation. This ensured that all IEPs were aligned with new language, helping to eliminate inconsistencies. In addition to the IEP updates, we also recognize the importance of broader staff training to ensure the new terminology and role definitions were understood and applied consistently across our district. This training was incorporated into district-led professional development days, giving all staff the opportunity to learn about the change, its purpose, and impacts to both delivery and communication with families. In our current school year, significant progress has been made, but there are still some IEPs that have not been fully updated to the Additional Adult Assistance terminology, and there are a couple reasons for that. The first is we have students who are returning to Peoria after being in other districts or settings. Many still have IEPs that may have this outdated terminology. As these students re-enter our district, their IEPs are reviewed and updated to ensure they align with our current language and support structure. Second, some updates have been missed in that 8th grade to high school transition. As students move into high school, it's crucial their IEPs are reviewed and updated, but sometimes that transition can cause these important updates to be overlooked. We're working toward making sure each student's IEP correctly is updated during these key transition points. And to address these gaps, our staff continues to focus on reviewing and updating IEPs for students who are returning to us and students who are transitioning to our high schools. This ensures that all IEPs are aligned with the new terminology and the services provided are consistent with our district standards. So let's transition now from an operational aspect of additional adult assistance to what the practice looks like in real time. So our goal is to provide a flexible support framework that is tailored to the individual needs of the student, which is sustained by first ensuring that each IEP outlines the services being provided, what the student is receiving in terms of support. Next, we define the rationale for the support, why that service is necessary based on the individual student's need. We also specify who is qualified to deliver each support, which helps prevent mismatches and ensures staff are working within their area of expertise. Another important shift is making sure that support roles align directly with, again, the student's needs, whether medical, behavioral, academic, or a combination of all of those. This helps us deliver more targeted and effective support. Finally, by defining these responsibilities and the scope of each role, we reduce confusion for staff and for families alike and create a more consistent experience across our district. A special note related to services that involve medical needs. They are driven by documentation from licensed providers, such as a medical doctor, maybe an audiologist, or a doctor specializing in orthopedics, or even a psychiatrist. And they are delivered by trained and qualified personnel. So just as our district has transitioned to focusing on what the learner needs, the children we support who have IEPs are no different in that we seek to be student-centered and student needs are driven so that the right support provided by the right person is provided for the right reason. And I'm happy to stand for any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Hernandez. We have no public comment tied to this line item. So Mrs. Ewing, would you like to ask any questions or comments?
I'm going to toss it over to Mrs. Proudfit because she did mention that she had a lot of questions around this earlier. So I'm going to let her ask all of her questions first. Thank you.
Mrs. Bowles, I guess, would you like to start with questions, or I can go back to Mrs. Ewing because that's what I stated, but it's up to you.
Sure, I'll go. I have a lot of questions, I heard a lot of district, I can't remember the word you used and I wrote it down, the district aligning to a procedural change. So I have to say it, I'm not going to dance around it. An IEP is an IEP. For a reason, it's an individual education plan. Anytime there is an assistant, that a special needs child that needs a one-on-one assistant, that when I worked in the district was not easy to come by. In other words, we had to collect a lot of data, and I collected a lot of data, and I was very good at what I did. But on the flip side of that, first of all, let me stay on that for a minute. I don't have a special needs child. I've had special needs foster. The population, I love everything about them. They add so much to our lives, and I will fight for everything they need. So along those lines, if I were a parent of a special needs child, then I would hear, the district is aligning our terminology across every school to additional adult assistance. I'd be upset. While I can appreciate the transition, because the flip side of that is we had students that, I think you mentioned it, I know you mentioned it because I wrote it down, they become reliant on their one-on-one or their assistant. I heard you say that the language on every campus is uniform for the district so that we understand what an additional adult assistant is. But then the flip side of that is we're aligning our language across the district, but when then are we addressing the individual education plan? And I'll always go back to that, meaning it's an individual education plan for a reason. What I have to say or ask, how are we collecting data to determine if a student needs, and I really just want processes. I don't want to just okay, well, the team collects data. But if we don't have that information, that's fine right now. But how are we collecting data to switch a student who has a trained one-on-one and knows the student very intimately, and knowing consistency of one person versus 5 additional adult assistants in some specific eligibility levels? How are we collecting data to determine to go from a one-on-one to a additional adult assistant?
President Rooks, Mrs. Bowles, let me clarify that the procedural change from language is just the category. So no services are being changed. So for example, if a student's IEP includes additional adult assistance, their needs drive what that position needs to be. So worst case scenario, an IEP says a child can only be serviced by a CNA, and there isn't a CNA on campus that day, that child simply cannot go without their services. So the additional adult assistance allows us to be able to ensure that we have multiple levels of support able to support that child's needs, and they are not, as you said, dependent upon only one. Now, in the situation you're referencing where a child is comfortable in working with one adult, we absolutely, to the extent possible, want to be able to honor that, and no one-on-one is changing. They aren't losing a one-on-one. but heaven forbid that person gets sick, we need someone else on that campus who knows. For example, this is one of our real examples. There's a child who, there's a song the assistant sings that helps them feel comfortable to eat. Someone else on that campus has to know that is a thing for that particular child. And by listing the AAA piece, it allows us to ensure that it's not limited to just one person with one specific title. It allows us to be able to ensure we have other adults on the campus that are able to be trained to support that particular child's need. So the language change of the label is the consistency piece. An IEP is absolutely about the individual child. And in the IEP, you'll find the, what's it called? I wrote it down because I have a hard time remembering it.
Supplemental, is that what you're looking for?
No, it's the box where we type into and we cover the details of what that specific support needs to look like. Help me out, Mrs. Rooks.
I believe it's accommodations, but I'm trying
Clarification box. There it
Yes.
is. I got it.
Okay.
Sorry. It's the clarification box. So this is where the verbiage is captured so that everyone on the IEP team is aware of exactly what those supports are, how they're provided routinely, and what they need to look like. That allows us to be sure that people get sick, people take days off, and that child has to be cared for. So previous to this change, we found ourselves in that situation where the IEP said, this is the title who can support this child, and we're straight up out of compliance if that person with that title is not there that day. So this broader cap allows us to be able to ensure that we look at what the students' needs are and align to having those supports available to them.
So how do we collect data to switch from a one-on-one to an adult assistant?
So President Rooks, Mrs. Bowles.
And maybe there's many ways, but just the process of.
So there's no switching. If a child's IEP calls for one-on-one support, that is still provided. The only thing that's changing, possibly, is the person who can do that work. So if this says one-on-one, it could be an instructional assistant, it could be a behavioral interventionist, it depends on what the needs are. But if we label it to say behavior interventionist, that's the only title of person who can do that work. So we're limiting the supports we can provide based on being person dependent as opposed to system reliant.
I think, the obvious is as well, and there's going to be students that are going to need that one person, and then there's going to be probably more that could use several. I think the concern for me is many years being in this field and assigning assistants, whether it was the behavior interventionist or the art teacher for them to check in with, information got lost, even though they were right beside them as a one-on-one. So losing, I appreciate that you said that it is written into the IEP because that's a big deal. That's a big deal. If singing to them, you better be singing everywhere they go because that's a big deal. It's not just something that we, some may not understand that, but many do.
Yes, I need
and I
more
appreciate
than one
that.
person to know the song.
Yeah, and then we wean them off the song, right? Behavior specialist. But my concern is that we're losing some of that because we have so many people. But I understand that teachers teach, behavior interventionists are behavior interventionists. I've seen some of the IEPs. We have principals that are walking, transporting kids to the bus. My concern is, while we might not have a one-on-one on campus, what if the principal is dealing with something else and they're supposed to walk them to the bus?
Exactly, Mrs. Bowles. You said it even better than I have said it so far. What do we do if we only have one on campus and that person isn't there? And the solution to that is we list the additional adult assistants in that supplemental aids and services section so that we are sure we have more than one person on campus, because you're right, the principal is called to duty quite often and they can't always be that person. And if that one-on-one is sick that day, We have to have had someone else that is trained in that capacity that's able to support that child's needs. Maybe you should be on this side of the microphone.
The other thing, my next question was training, and let's say, well, that's more medical. Are the adult assistants in the IEP meetings, are they part of that team then for that child? Because what I'm hearing you say is there's several one-on-ones could be on a campus helping a student.
President Rooks, Mrs. Bowles, I think if we were able to have several, that would be fantastic. Our reality is several is not what we have to work with. We have as many as we can hire as possible. And so it's really identifying as a campus what the student needs are and ensuring that there are the right number of adults and we have the right number of adults to support those. But what I'm saying is that we want to make sure there's more than one person that can provide that. And maybe it's two, maybe it's three, but those people aren't there just looking for something to do. They have assignments as well. So we have to be sure, again, that we're able to support multiple students with that need. So it's not changing the level of service or the placement of the child. It's simply giving more availability to have an extra set of hands that can support, that know the song, should the original singer not be available that day. But to answer your question about if the person participates in the IEP team meeting, it's certainly a possibility. If the parent or the teachers or the special education staff wanted to have that person as part of the team, I would imagine that that would be allowable.
I think I'm missing something because I'll just leave that alone. And then I guess the other concern is accountability. At what point do we, and again, I might be missing a lot in saying this, so I'll say it somewhat gently. If I'm going to use a principal, assistant principal is supposed to walk, Timmy down to the bus, and they're not available, and so we've worked other additional adult assistants to walk him to the bus, and I would assume that we would be walking him to the bus because either he's not walking to the bus or it's unsafe for him to be alone, or whoever the student is. I know there have been instances where children have been, because of, I'm going to say policy and law, and I'm not sure where either one, probably both, where we have aides on buses and the aide should not, but is getting off the bus because the additional adult assistant is not at the bus stop. The bus has to wait there. The accountability piece seems like it's a lot of people, and who was supposed to do that and when and what. And as a parent of a special needs child, I'd be stressed out about that.
So President Rooks, Mrs. Bowles, the intention is not to have 5 or 6 people attached to each single child. The intention is absolutely to have the one-on-one that the student is most comfortable and most familiar with, but to have the backup in place should we need it. And it isn't, as a parent, it's the students who they're the most comfortable with, and it's that what's in their IEP, what's driving that individual student's needs, the level of one-on-one support, and the example you provided relative to safety. It's unlikely that the assistant principal or principal is the additional adult assistance assigned to that child. Now, that role may be the person who does that backup, who has the training to be able to walk the child successfully to the bus. Could be that they're that backup person that also has that training, but ideally, we hope no one ever gets sick, and while we let people take days off, it's a thing, we want to make sure that that is the person that the child's most comfortable, that meets their needs to the extent possible.
I have a lot more questions, but I will say the reason I'm saying a principal is because the IEP meeting that I sat in, it was supposed to be the principal, but the principal never showed up. And this was a self-contained classroom that the student was in. And then could you just help me understand, you said 2024, 25, I think you said ADE, or we made changes and you mentioned, sorry, I don't remember where I wrote it on that there were changes in practice and procedures around additional adult assistance. Was that, here it is, more of a district, our district making those changes? Or was that higher than our district, federal, state? Where did we start with that change? Because I don't remember, and I sat in a lot of board meetings before I was up here.
Certainly, President Rooks, Mrs. Bowles, my comments were that through the opportunities we've had to be learners with claims that we've had, along with the feedback on our audit results, we're audited periodically from the Arizona Department of Education. We're in an audit right now and waiting for our results, probably this fall. From those learnings, what we have is a need to be more consistent across our schools. So in some of those claims, what you might hear is something like, my child didn't have this. Well, this is the way we do it. Well, actually over at this school, yeah, you're right. And so we lack that consistency. We need to apply everything we do consistently so that no matter which school you're at, you're getting the same high level of support and service.
Okay, thank you.
Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions?
Sure. Thank you, President Rooks. So just for clarification, so for example, the IEP says CNA only, or CNA provides this service, right? If a campus had an RN, a registered nurse on that campus who is has qualifications above and beyond a certified nursing assistant, if the RN was to be providing those services, that would be out of compliance with the IEP, and thus, if you have this language put into place, the adult assistance.
Additional adult assistance.
Additional adult assistance, thank you. If you have that language put into place and then you have it specified, the qualifications or what types of services those individuals are providing. And I believe, and maybe you can go through this, I believe each of our sites have a case manager, or whether that's admin or it's an individual identified who ensures that we have the staffing that is required for each of our IEPs, and that we do have somebody who kind of helps keep track of that. But I just wanted to say that the CNA to the RNA, that's another example of how we were out of compliance, yet we had an individual in place who was able to provide and qualified to provide those services.
President Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, technically that would be correct.
And then can you just maybe run us through, I can say that my child was only on a 504, so I don't have as much experience with the IEP, but how, because it sounds like some of it is a staffing concern, so how is it managed on campuses that we have the right staff available to be able to meet the demands of the students on the IEPs?
President Rooks, Mrs. Ewing. So at the campus level, the awareness of the program managers you mentioned of who the students are on their particular caseload and what those needs are is managed as a team. And so with the language that allows for being able to know who those staff are that can support in their certifications to be able to do so, it's really managed at that level where they are aware of who the students are, they are aware of who's in attendance that day or who may not be.
Okay, great, thank you.
Clerk Toby, do you have any questions or comments?
Dr. Hernandez, thank you for that. I'm not as well versed on special education as some of my colleagues, but I'm not going to pretend to know, but could you teach me a little bit more about where the concept of additional adult assistant came from and how that's going to help us move forward?
Certainly. So President Rooks, Mr. Toby, so additional adult assistance is a category within the supplemental services and aids section of the IEP. It's a category that helps describe what the supports are that a student may need. So for example, some of those areas where we find these in the IEP in that section might be related to mobility. So a student may just need a little bit of assistance. Mrs. Bowles' example was great in getting onto the bus. That would require adult assistance. And we say additional because it's part of that supplemental section. There may be safety or behavior or different regulation pieces that also would fit under that, where there is an adult who is there to support the child in those specific situations because they've been identified as part of the need within that child's IEP.
Yeah, thank you. That makes perfect sense. And I was also asking maybe from a standpoint of, was this something that the federal government thought of? Is this a Peoria brainchild concept? Where did the notion of this AAA come from to help us stay in compliance with IEPs?
President Rooks, Mr. Tobey, so adult support has always been a function. And what we had in our Peoria-fied version of some of our IEPs was a specific, this child receives adult assistance in the form of a behavior interventionist. And when we added the title on there, it limited our ability to provide support. So a behavior interventionist can provide different supports, which makes sense in their job role, but there are some aspects of their work that an instructional assistant can be trained to support. Again, it comes all the way back to each individual child. And like I said, Mrs. Bowles, you nailed this one. The individual child's needs dictate what that support level needs to look like and whether it can be an additionally supported and trained staff member, or it may need to be a CNA if it's a medical piece that only that level of certification would be able to support appropriately. But in most of the situations where we see the certified nursing assistant is able to train an instructional assistant and provide that circular support and training, make sure that the skills are there and that it's being handled correctly.
Thank you. And then just two more questions. Are those additional adult assistants pre-identified ahead of time, or are they as needed, somebody who might be familiar with that student and can accommodate? So are they pre-identified? And I guess this follow-up is there any difference in billing or anything like that on the back end as far as what both represent?
President Rooks, Mr. Tobey. So in the situation with an IEP, if it's an existing IEP, it's likely the individual that would fulfill that responsibility is known. With staff turnover and change, campuses moving people around, it's from year to year or even semester to semester may not be a known individual. If it's a new IEP, the team has come together and determined based on the student's needs what those services need to be from a supplemental perspective. Then it's assigning a person to that role. Sometimes it's hiring a person to fill that unique role with that student's specific needs. And then remind me the second part.
If on the back end, if there's any difference when it comes to billing per se, when either role is, they're assisting that student for that day.
For our purposes, as far as the minutes a child is, or an adult is assigned to support a child, it is the same for us on the front end. And I'm not sure I'm comfortable saying front end and back end in this context, but what you may be referring to is the Medicaid side of potential billing, and that's not related to this piece of additional adult assistance from the perspective of the IEP and assigning staff to support the allocated minutes based on the student need.
All right, thank you for teaching.
Mrs. Proudfit, do you have any questions?
I do have lots of thoughts about this. Having a child who was on an IEP, his entire educational experience. I have lots of experience sitting in these meetings. This change actually makes perfect sense to me because good programs, good procedures shouldn't be reliant on a few people. We should essentially be making all of ourselves expendable and be building programs that are strong enough to survive losing anyone in the program, essentially so that kids are not having gaps in the services, and unifying the language and really streamlining that process, I think is going to have great results, not just for where we have had some struggles in the past, but also for our individual students. The one question I did have, you highlighted in between that 8th to 9th grade year, very tricky, particularly tricky if a kid's coming in from a charter school or coming in from a homeschool situation. So I know Liberty High School has one of their guidance counselors that is only in charge of our students with IEPs. Do all of our high schools have kind of a point person on the administrative end? I saw that look in the back.
President Rooks, Mrs. Proudfit, yes.
Great. I was just wondering that. I know as a parent that point person of having that guidance counselor specific with that IEP was very helpful for me as a parent to kind of have that one person on campus I could go to and say, hey, this is, we need to update the language, and that was the person we would go to kind of rally the troops when those changes did need to be made. So thank you for this presentation. As always, your presentations are very thorough. I think that this is going to be a great, not even really change, but an additional layer that we're adding to ensure that none of our kids or services ever fall between the cracks, regardless of if we have not enough behavior interventionists and more instructional coaches. And it's going to just give us more mobility to ensure that we're providing the best services. So
President
thank you.
Rooks and Mrs. Proudfit, if I may, of the 5,101 IEPs, we have the 295 IEPs that have the additional adult assistance with that small handful that we're still working toward to the completion of this year. That's a limited number of students that have been impacted, and the change has been in place. And so we have that initial proof of concept that this is a better way to support students, ensuring, as you said, those gaps are not able to happen.
Thank you.
So I have a lot of questions. I was writing them down. They were popping into my head, so I'll try to go through here. Okay. So you mentioned, I guess, how would it work if a parent wants to know each day when their kid is going to school, who is that additional adult assistance that morning? If the person that they have had previous day or the past 3 days, who is it going to be that morning?
President Rooks, in your scenario, are you imagining that the parent is dropping the child off at the school? I would say in that scenario that is when that receiving person is probably going to be that additional adult for that assistance. And so that would be the moment where that person would say, good morning, parent, today Teresa's not here, and so I'll be supporting your child. Is there anything I need to know as we get our day started together?
Okay. Yeah, because that's an important piece to me, especially when we're talking about special education students. I'm very familiar with it. And so I know that a change in routine and a change in seeing somebody even fresh when you walk through the door, it can be very frustrating for the student. And so that's why I kind of wanted to know that, because what I don't want to happen is this surprise, parents trying to have this routine that they've worked out that morning, and then it's somebody different that morning. And so that just kind of goes through my mind as a parent, but then also what does that look like for the transition piece?
And President Rooks, I would also add that prior to this change, that exact scenario was happening much more often, where someone the child wasn't familiar with would be that receiving person. And so with this scenario, the school already knows who that other person is if they need that backup, because people getting sick hasn't changed for quite some time. And so now the child has the opportunity to interact with this other person, or at least the school has the opportunity to know, let's make sure that they do that warm handoff and ensuring that the parents and the students know who is going to be supporting their child.
Okay. So with the AAA, it's not specifically assigned, like you just said, one-on-one, behavior interventionist, all those terminologies. It's not somebody that's going to be specifically assigned to that student. It's more broadened.
So President Rooks, I would say that in the majority of cases, it is. It is someone that has the specific training. If they trained under an RN or a CNA, they were trained for that reason to support a child with those types of needs that have been identified.
Okay. I guess you mentioned like an IA, instructional assistant. So if the person that they have been working with under that AA umbrella, and it's now an instructional assistant that morning because that person's out sick, how do you see the plan of the IA working with that student that needs that one-on-one support, but then also fulfilling their job as supporting the other students when they have group settings and whatnot throughout the day?
So President Rusk, this is absolutely a reality every day in our schools with staff shortages. It's no different than even in our regular education classrooms as well. And so in that scenario, when that happens, when staff have to be out for a variety of reasons, the administrative team comes together with their special education leads and they map the day according to the student's needs to ensure that we have coverage for this student here, and it is a bit of a puzzle to put together, and sometimes it's borrowing staff from other sites. Sometimes it is the principal and the assistant principal that have to fill in. Sometimes it's sending district level special education staff to ensure that we have that coverage to support. And I wish I could tell you differently, that never happens, but unfortunately our reality with a staffing shortage across our country and our district unfortunately isn't any different.
Okay. You mentioned in the slide the 40 title roles, support roles, how that transitioned into the AAA. I'm just going to call it AAA instead of saying additional adult assistants each time. What were those role names, I guess? I know you mentioned IA and then the behavior interventionist, CNA. What other ones were under that umbrella?
So President Rooks, to be clear, the AAA is the category of support. The 40 titles that were combined into one was really the instructional assistant. And there's quite the history, maybe even a legend, of what some of these have been. There's been a CIA, there's been, paraprofessional, classroom instructional assistant, classroom support assistant, one-on-one. Okay, we got 6. We have 34 to go.
I won't make you go through all. I just was curious of that piece of just what umbrella.
And so with that, when we had that variety of differences, we saw some unfortunate behavior that was, well, my title is this, I'm not going to do that. My title is this, that's your job. And one of the consistency efforts that went into that pool was every child is everyone's responsibility. There is no more of this, that task is below me.
Okay. So with what's your plan, I guess, if they are working with a different person, whatever days of the week it is, what is the plan for them to learn about that student? Now, I know they can review the IEP, but like what process and plan will come into place? Because like you said, if it's the next morning and someone's not there, how does that work in that process?
So at the school site, there's essentially, we know because we have this common pool, and it's identifying out ahead of time who are going to be the backups for this classroom of students or these particular students with these particular needs. And so they will have already mapped that out as an administrative team, as a school, to know who that will be. So for example, when I was a classroom teacher, we all knew that there was a rotation of classroom coverage. And when it was my turn, it didn't matter what I had planned that day for my prep period, I knew it was my turn to go sub and cover for another teacher. And so there is a map that exists that says who is going to cover in the case that. So that way they have the opportunity to know ahead of time who are the students that I could potentially be supporting and make sure ahead of time they know what those needs are.
And will that be, if there's a way when they're working on that process, whether it be after school one day for the next day, if they get that notification, will there be a possible plan of emailing the parent to kind of give them a heads up, hey, this individual will be out, but you will have somebody the next morning, their name is Susie Q, whatever. Will that kind of be a possibility?
So that is absolutely a possibility based on the student needs. So I would say the more complex the student needs are, the more likely that is an appropriate solution. For a student whose needs aren't as complex and they aren't as dependent on a single familiar face, it may not be as much of a transition for that child to receive support from someone they have only seen 1 or 2 times. It might not be that much of a significant impact to their day. But for those who we know where that would be that impact, that pre-work and that contact with families is critical.
Okay, and then I think you mentioned an AAA wouldn't have, on the IEP plan, they wouldn't have the name next to them. Like you said, behavior interventionist is Megan Smith. That's what would be on the plan. The AAA really wouldn't have a name next to it.
So AAA is a category, not a person.
Okay.
So the additional adult assistance is a category of support. And in the definition of that, it identifies what the student's needs are and the supports that are supposed to be in place to assist with those and provide those services. And so then it would say what those services and supports need to be and the appropriate staff members then assigned to it.
Okay. Because I'm just thinking, I guess I'm thinking back to like when you have an occupational therapist and they have to have 30 minutes and they have the name next to them. With behavior interventionists that were previously on a plan or a one-on-one or a CNA, if their name was next to it, now we're kind of removing those pieces and just putting them all into the AAA category. Is that kind of...
So we shouldn't have ever had a specific name listed in a child's IEP, because if that person who has that name is not there that day, the IEP team is going to need to reconvene to technically have someone provide those supports. So what was there was that behavior interventionist. Stop. That was the role identified to support. I'm glad you brought up the OT-PT example. One example from a neighboring district, they had a two-story school, and the student needed to be on the second floor of the school and was in a wheelchair. And so as part of their safety protocols, as their AAA would support the category, they needed adult assistance to get down the stairs during a fire drill or an event. And so the OT and the PT trained the instructional assistant, how do you set up the slide, position the student to safely go down and then exit the building. It didn't need to be the OT PT being the one to put the student on the slide to do the things. They had to be the one, though, to train the instructional assistant to do those responsibilities in that situation. And that's another great example of why you would want to have more than one person, knowing who's assigned to that floor of the building, knowing who supports different classrooms there, to be double cover on that particular support.
Okay, and then with the part of instructional assistance that you just used, that position, with the AAA, does that mean it can be any staff member on campus that can be providing whatever services they need under that AA umbrella? I guess I'm just looking like, okay, so the front office staff.
So the idea really is to honor the positions that we have that are designed to support students on IEPs. Unlikely to be the front office person. They have an entire job description of what they are to be doing, and we have the positions assigned to special needs students for the IA. So we do mapping across all of our schools, which takes a look at the students who attend those schools, all the minutes in their IEP, and the staffing. So a new student comes on board or a new student has a new IEP. We then again look and say, okay, do we have the adults on campus in the instructional assistant space who can support this? And if not, we need to go hire another to be able to support that need. So unlikely to be that scenario, but because we have those instructional assistant positions that are designed to be attached to the support levels in IEPs.
Okay. I guess with the training piece, what type of training are we looking at for all those positions that would fall under that umbrella of the AAA?
So keeping in mind, this is really into year 2 with 295 of the IEPs already transitioned to this terminology. That training takes place on our early release Wednesdays. As I mentioned earlier, we use those professional development days where they are district-led so that our instructional assistants are able to receive that training directly from our special education staff.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, it's just a lot to process. Because I run through the scenario as a parent perspective, running through that scenario of, I mean, I've seen at my kids' school, I have friends that their kids have had the one-on-ones, and you just see the interaction between the student and that one-on-one. And so what I don't want to happen is I understand the perspective of not having them rely on it, but I also am from the other side as well, that student is working so well, and what I don't want to see is a regression back because of the changes of I know that if people get sick, but my thinking was, well, if the OT is sick that week or that day or a few days, this one's kind of a hard one to swallow a little bit, just with having that umbrella of not knowing who's it going to be that morning.
So, Mrs. Brooks, I can assure you that this terminology is not changing a child's level of service or the support. It's just ensuring that that child's support needs are met. Typically, when a student is assigned to have an IA or support person, that person doesn't change until the person moves on or has some other, whatever it is they're going to do. But in the instance that they can't be there that day, we have to ensure that we have the support. So I want to assure you that this is certainly not about taking staff away from students when they are accustomed to and familiar and being successful with that staff member. It is simply ensuring the consistency across our district when we identify a child who needs additional adult services, that we are able to have that information in the IEP that is directly connected to the student's needs, so there is no confusion about what the service is and who is trained and available to provide that service to the child.
Ms. Bowles, did you have a question?
Yes, and kind of a statement as well to both Ms. Hernandez and President Rooks. Remembering very clearly what an IEP looks like still today, accommodations versus service minutes. We didn't ever have minutes that were direct service providers, OT, PT, behavior specialist, speech, yada, yada. They had their amount of minutes. I don't hear at all that that's taken away from that, and I hear that very clearly. Sorry, there's fruit flies up here. And then I hear, because we have actually heard from other parents in the district, and that it hasn't been consistent with one adult meeting them at the bus or two adults. And it's not the consistency in who it is. For me, it's the consistency is who's accountable to be there. And I think that was more concerning as, that was rolled out for me. And I just wanted to say that. So service minutes, we can't get around legally, meaning if OT is not there, they're going to have to make up minutes. But a one-on-one, an assistant, instructional assistant, all those paraprofessional, all those labels. Literally, when I wrote those into an IEP, it was under accommodations. It was never a name, but it was, as specific as we could make it. So it sounds like we have the components in place. I would suggest if the needs are high, I was a CNA at one time in a prior life. And nurses have logs and they hand them off. The person then the next day, if they're sick, there's a log kept somewhere that the student stuff is or that kind of thing. I would suggest we would do something like that if we, it's just best for the student if the needs are high, rather than emails that maybe I don't have access to because now I'm the person meeting them at the bus and I can briefly brief myself in the notes that are in there. So if we can get better at that, I think that would lower anxiety for parents. Nurses do it all the time. Every time they hand the patient over to another nursing team. Again, I think the biggest concern for parents is my child going to have a trusted adult assistant consistent with what their IP says. And so going back to the training piece, who's responsible? I imagine it's whoever the case manager is for training the adult assistants. I just feel like we're tag teaming and I'm afraid we're going to lose information. So however we can capture that to lower anxieties for students and parents, maybe there's things in place.
President Rooks, Mrs. Bowles, what I would strongly recommend to any parent who has concerns, reconvene your IEP team. That is your place, that is your right to express those concerns, to ensure that your child's needs are being met. The IEP team is accountable for that work. And it is that process that we talked about where those notes are kept that are describing the supports the child needs. That's the place for them to ask those questions.
And then I just have to say, because I'm not sure if this was clarified for me at least, the data-driven decision-making, how are we going from a one-on-one, which is extreme, to an adult assistant? What process are we using for that?
So again, the AAA is a category the IA fits into. So it's not a change this for that. The AAA could be an IA. So it's not that they're losing that one-on-one, or the IA who may be in that one-on role, or the CNA who may be in that one-on-one role. So it's category, and then it sits under it. So I don't want to be confused that they're things that compete against one another. AAA is a category that describes the role and the supports an IA or any other position may fill.
And I hear that. I just, yeah, a category tells me there's multiple people.
Yes.
A one-on-one,
yes.
and I understand that the one-on-one's not always there. I just, again, we need to tighten up as much as possible so we don't lose information in between adult assistants. And I don't know, I can think of many in certain eligibility that even knowing what they have for lunch is a huge deal to lower anxiety. So, and I know most of us in the room know that. It might just be a lot to wrap our brain around. And I understand that it just seems broad. And yeah, I'll stop rambling, but I think parents need assurance of, and I think that comes from the IEP team, making it very clear, documenting well, and if we don't have data, we don't make decisions. So that's all I have.
So I just have one more question. Are there any surrounding districts that are changing this language, adding in additional adult assistance?
President Rooks, I am not aware, but I am certainly able to reach out to our contacts to find out how other districts categorize this type of support.
Okay, I would appreciate that. And I think I don't want this to come off harsh because I like you, but I think just moving forward so that the board is kind of aware when we're making such a big change like that, if we could just let us know just how the process is and the changes and how it's going. Because when we get concerns shared with us, it's kind of like, whoa, wait, Dr. Summers, what is this? Not really having that information, it's kind of like walking around blind. So future-wise, if it's possible to just let us know, and I definitely would love to hear what other districts are doing. And I'll ask at the end for future requests. I'd love to get legal advice around this as well. So, sure. Does anybody else have any questions or comments? Okay. Thank you, Dr. Hernandez. We are going to recess for 5 minutes so that board members can take a break and use restrooms. All right, we are coming back from recess. We're moving now on to 8, address consent agenda. 8.1, address consent agenda and consider approval or recommend changes. Do board members have any changes this evening? So I need a motion on the floor.
A motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
I second.
So we have a motion made by Clerk Toby and a second made by Mrs. Bowles. And if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
Mrs. Proudfit,
Yes.
President Rooks,
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
Mr. Toby,
Yes.
Ms. Bowles.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion passes with 5 yeas. Moving on to 10 items removed from consent. We don't have any. Moving on to 11 action items. 11.1, Elevate Ed AZ Memo of Understanding between the Greater Phoenix Chamber Foundation and the Peoria Unified School District Amendment. Dr. Hernandez, welcome again.
Thank you. Good evening, President Rooks, members of the board, Dr. Summers, cabinet, and guests. Thank you for the opportunity to bring forward an example of what leading with excellence looks like. And this is from our Educational Services Department. During our time together, I will introduce you to 3 incredible students who, through their unique interactions with our Elevate Ed program, have found their way forward to connect with industry partners in ways that have been transformational to their futures. We'll begin by connecting with our district's values to the supports provided through our MOU with Elevate Ed. We'll address compliance with Governing Board Policy AC, executive orders, OCR's Dear Colleague letter, and of course our Governing Board resolution related to equal education opportunities. I'll highlight key aspects of the recommendation being brought forward to the Governing Board this evening, with the first being the specific schools and the criteria for selection. The second being the 4 primary objectives Elevate Ed and Peoria Unified have agreed to implement and monitor through program evaluation. We'll look at the history, albeit short, of our existing partnership, along with looking toward the horizon of other future opportunities. Then we'll do a deep dive into the categories of our partnership initiatives. We'll examine the impressive progress made in the existing short 2 years of our partnership. And then we'll conclude on a high note with a glimpse into what your approval means for the Peoria Unified students, staff, families, industry partners, and our community of businesses. So it's time for me to introduce you to our first student, Ross. This student is in our 2nd year medical program. And as a district and a school, we struggled to place him in an internship, so we reached out to Karina, who is the Elevate Ed career and college coach on the Peoria High School campus. The student applied and interviewed at Foothills Physical Therapy, where he was ultimately placed. He spent a semester there twice a week, engaging with patients in a real-life world environment, something we can't always give our students in the classroom. He was also able to network with clinicians and other staff members, and these mentors will be supporting him in his journey to becoming a medical professional one day. The process was smooth and easy for him, and it didn't end there. The student was also able to gain a summer paid internship that Elevate Ed connected him with as an internal medicine MA, along with 2 other students in our medical program. He would not have obtained this position had it not been for his initial internship, and he needed to have some patient contact, which is very rare to be able to assess for students his age. So Governing Board Policy A identifies our shared values of excellence, partnership, respect, and opportunity. In selecting partners in our work with students, these partners ought to share and support these values. In Peoria Unified, we are driven to lead and learn with excellence, always in our peripheral. Our Elevate Ed partnership is built on using our existing strong CTE infrastructure to create a model with excellence in mind to regain our district's leadership role across the state and the nation in this space. On to partnerships. We consider ourselves to be the Flagstaff exemplar across the existing schools and districts currently partnering with Elevate Ed, as we demonstrate the value of this partnership with our community. Knowing Elevate's goal is to support 100 schools by 2035, our common goal is to bring industry and education together to benefit our students and their community. On to respect. As teachers, we know that every child, big or small, driver's license or not, they are beautifully unique. But we also know that sometimes in the classroom setting, this can be a little harder to see. Through respect, a culture of dignity, compassion, and understanding for the individual student is situated within the strength of the Elevate Ed partnership. Point in case, some of our cybersecurity students tend to be a little quieter, maybe a little less likely to easily find their like peers, and maybe a little bit less likely to want to step outside of that traditional school day experience. But let me tell you, when these students visit with our industry partners, including our very own IMT staff, they light up. They see themselves through their unique strengths and their amazing abilities and select an incredible future pathway. And finally, let's talk about opportunity. The Elevate Ed partnership rests on a shared, non-negotiable belief in the power of opportunity. This partnership bridges the gap between what is and what can be. Because high school isn't the end. Matter of fact, it's just the beginning. Opportunities to get their hands on in their learning in the industry setting, to have summer internships, to take on an internship during the school year means an opportunity to delve into interests and passions to confirm early, before tuition's involved, interest in a selected pathway. For example, we've had more than one student try out our medical assisting course pathway, only to find out that they faint at the sight of blood. Better to know this now as a junior in high school than a junior in college. And on to compliance. Per Governing Board Policy AC, with respect to the provision of equal education opportunities, and the February 27th, 2025 Governing Board Resolution regarding equal education opportunities, all students are entitled to a school environment free from discrimination. Therefore, all classroom instruction must support a school environment to be free from discrimination, meaning classroom materials and instruction may not elevate one race above another, noting that in some situations, the promotion of diversity inadvertently promoted instruction not designed to ensure, and I quote from our federal government's documentation, no person in the United States shall on the ground of be excluded from participation in, be denied the benefits of, or be subjected to discrimination under any program or activity receiving federal financial assistance. Specifically, the Peoria Unified Governing Board Resolution directs the districts and its schools to be prohibited from the use of third-party contractors, clearinghouses, and aggregators in an effort to circumvent prohibited uses of race. In determining compliance with Governing Board Policy AC, the Governing Board Resolution, and the Federal Title VI attestation, along with utilizing guidance from the Office for Civil Rights, a Dear Colleague letter, the partnership as outlined in the MOU and as evidenced through practice does not circumvent prohibited uses of race. Rather, it encompasses our district's values while underscoring our commitment to every student every day in promoting academic excellence through merit, competence, and individual ability, and supporting the district to provide all students with access to opportunities to engage business partners in the form of internships for students, externships for our teachers, and key skill development in areas such as resume development and interview practice, while also benefiting from industry experts from high-demand, high-wage areas through guest speakers and site field trips. This evening's recommendation for your consideration involves continuing our partnership with Elevate Ed at Peoria High School and Ironwood High School, along with adding Kellis High School and Cactus High School. In year one, our partnership began at Peoria High School because of all of our high schools, Peoria High School draws the highest number of co-enrollments, thus representing the greatest opportunity for impact. Students come from around our district to take advantage of the Met Professional Academy, the agricultural program, and welding, along with advanced manufacturing courses such as automation and robotics. For year two, Ironwood was invited to join the program as their existing career and college support team's strength could bolster the impact of dual enrollment expansion and earning of industry credentials, which is much needed at Ironwood. For both Cactus and Kellis, the opportunity to increase the number of students completing dual enrollment courses in high-wage, high-demand areas aligns well with replicating the early successes experienced at both Peoria and Ironwood high schools. With Elevate supporting these schools as a district, we can use our existing resources to support our other campuses. Elevate Ed is a program of the Greater Phoenix Chamber Foundation and is focused on aligning education to workforce learning pathways with the needs of Arizona's leading industries. Their primary objectives have 4 areas. The first of those is to prioritize CTE pathways that are aligned to those occupations in high-wage, high-skill, high-demand industry sectors. They include advanced manufacturing, architecture and construction, business management, marketing and sales, my favorite, education, engineering, financial services, health services, information technology and cybersecurity, law and public safety, and transportation. As shown, the district and Elevate Ed have 4 key metrics that drive our partnership. First, to increase the number of students pursuing high-wage, high-demand careers. To accomplish this, Elevate Ed provides opportunities for our students to learn about high-wage, high-demand careers through career awareness activities. Next is to increase the number of students earning early college credit, dual enrollment, and industry-recognized credentials, because we know students who take dual enrollment courses are twice as likely to go to and be successful in college. Also, our career coaches provide support through the enrollment process for all dual enrollment courses on the campus. Now, as a parent, if you've had the opportunity to support your child in enrolling in dual enrollment, it takes a little bit of magic. Yes. So those supports on campus are greatly appreciated. Additionally, teachers who become qualified to teach dual enrollment are eligible for a one-time $1,000 incentive through Elevate Ed. Our third objective is to increase the number of students completing internships and job shadows through work-based learning opportunities. By definition, work-based learning is the sustained interactions with industry and community partners and professionals in real workplace settings that foster in-depth, first-hand engagement that offers those tasks required in each career field that is aligned to the curriculum and instruction they are receiving. As an aside, but worth noting, the Arizona Department of Education recently announced that they will begin collecting work-based learning data from districts in the 25-26 school year. But given our work as a district, we are already quite well positioned to meet this directive with a high expectation. Elevate Ed career coaches and business and industry engagement teams support our students who are enrolled in district's internship program by connecting them with these internship opportunities that are aligned with each student's individual career goal. Students go through an application process to intern with an industry partner. Some of these internship students that have been secured this year in the cybersecurity space with Aaron Jones LLC, in the medical space with Foothills Physical Therapy, and Athletico for a student with interest in studying physical therapy as well. And finally, rounding out our objectives, the final relates to how important it is that we support our educators who are a crucial link to student success. Our goal here is to increase opportunities for our educators to participate in externships to effectively teach students workplace skills in the classroom. Externships are opportunities for educators to engage in industry activities and learn how classroom content and learning are to be applied in the workplace. Elevate Ed has previously offered teacher externships in places such as Banner Health, Boeing, Charles Schwab, Honeywell Aerospace, and Lucid Motors, and many others. These are locations that are accepting our teachers to come learn with them. One of ADE's quality measurements for career and technical education programs is the number of teachers who participate in a 5-year industry update to ensure they are staying current with industry. Completing a teacher externship is one of the options to help our teachers meet this requirement. Teachers and counselors from any Peoria Unified High School are able to participate in externships to learn more about high-wage, high-demand industries. This summer, Elevate Ed will be hosting a cybersecurity virtual educator externship, and participants would be eligible for a $750 incentive from Elevate Ed. Before we leave the 4 objectives of the partnership, I'd like to take you through the metrics that we have agreed upon from a program evaluation standpoint. So if you'll join me in turning to the final page of the MOU, which is labeled Exhibit D, Data Share Fields and Schedule. As your teacher, I'm looking for your head nods that you're ready. You likely recall from other presentations how I have stressed the importance of program evaluation and making sure we know what we know, not what we think we know. When we consider the effectiveness of programs and partnerships, the selected data for each of the 4 columns that you see is aligned to each of the 4 objectives. So let's look through these data together. So you should be, Terry, if you want to go all the way to the very, very end of the document, like there you go. It's the final page. There we go. So as I begin, I'll start at the year 1 partnership. And I wanted to highlight that Elevate Ed has signed from year 1 our district's required data sharing agreement. So in table 1, the farthest left column, you'll see table 1, student data, all students. Masked ID means not identified. So we strip out the student ID number, so there is nothing identifiable about the actual student. And in that column, you'll see the data that is requested to support the objectives. And I'm going to go back through and tell you which columns of the data align to each of the objectives we just talked about. So the district and the school year, expected graduation date, and the gender. And I want to highlight that for just a moment, noting that it is a federal and state requirement that we report non-traditional students in pathways. For example, males in the nursing pathway is considered non-traditional, as are females in a computer science pathway. And that is a requirement that we report that. So we want to have program evaluation data early and often, ensuring that we are on track to meet those expectations. And then IEP, yes or no, ensuring, again, coming back to every learner in Peoria Unified has these opportunities, the SAT and or ACT score, and the dates from which those were taken. Table 2, student grades by semester. Again, masked ID, not any student identifiable information. I want to call your attention to SIP code. That may not be familiar to you. This is how we align to federal and state designated codes for programs. So in Peoria, we have our course name, which is the next one down, the course title. It has a code. And what we choose to name a course may not be the same as another district, another state, or what the federal government feels like it should be called. So those codes is where we do that alignment to ensure we're comparing apples to apples. So our course code is our local code. The grade is level of the student. The start date would be the semester start and end date. The mark would be the grade earned. And then, of course, teacher name, insert date, that would be the date the grade was posted, the school year, and whether or not if the course was offered as advanced placement as well. In table 3, this is the technical skills assessment data. So again, we have the assessment name that the student would take, masked ID, school they attended, skip down to final points correct. This is the actual score on the assessment, the performance indicators that are required to report on for our Perkins funding, and of course the year they took the test. Final column, table 4, credentials. So masked ID again, the CTE program name, the credential or certification. So for example, for our engineering students, this would be SolidWorks, or 3D modeling would be the actual credential name. For our med assisting, the CCMA, Certified Clinical Medical Assistant, would be that credential or certification that we would fill there. And then, of course, the school, the certification obtained, yes or no, and if yes, that date. All right, we're going to go back to the boxes now. Sorry, Terry. I know I didn't prep you ahead of time. I'd be doing this. Sorry. So now let's go through each of these boxes because the program evaluation is aligned to these objectives. The data we have selected for a program evaluation is designed to measure, do we know what we think we know as far as success in the program? Students pursuing high-wage, high-demand courses uses table data 2, 3, and 4. Students earning dual enrollment and industry credentials is tables 1 and 2. And students completing internships and job shares is table 2. That final box is specific to our externships for our teachers, And as our teachers register to take those opportunities with Elevate Ed, that is where that data is captured. So there's no need for us to transition any data. They have that information because they are providing those opportunities. As shared here is the history of our partnership, along with looking at the future for potential expansion opportunities. Also noteworthy, there is no cost to the district for this program. For each of the college and career coaches assigned to our high schools, no charge, along with the director who is assigned to support our district. So I'd like to take a moment just to highlight some of the critical services provided through the Elevate program. So one-on-one student support can be including access to those internship opportunities at top local Peoria companies where they receive that hands-on experience in their desired career field. Students who participate will be a step ahead of their peers when it comes to entering the workforce. College and career coaches provide individual support through the application process for students who are enrolled in the district's internship program and who are interested in applying for internships specific to those high-wage, high-demand pathways. Mock interviews. Elevate Ed has provided support in helping make connections to industry and recruiting business professionals to participate in the mock interview process. Students in our COOP program at Ironwood High School had the opportunity to experience the interview process from start to finish, tailoring their resumes and cover letters for a specific job and interviewing with industry professionals. Resume workshops. Elevate Ed college and career coaches support our CTE classrooms and individual students by delivering resume writing workshops that are designed to help students develop those resume writing skills, learn about resume formats, and understand best practices for creating an effective resume specific to the industry in which they are applying to. Interview preparation. College and career coaches provide personal guidance and feedback to help students refine their responses, build confidence, and present their strengths effectively before they interview for those internship opportunities. Confidence is key. They coordinate guest speakers, providing students with opportunities to learn about high-wage, high-demand career pathways directly from industry professionals. For example, a marketing director from the Arizona Business Association presented to our marketing students at Ironwood, an accountant from Ernst & Young presented to Peoria High School's accounting courses. And finally, well, not quite finally, but field trips. Site visits and field trips provide students with opportunities to engage with those professionals in the most relevant, cutting-edge, and inspiring learning environments for their career paths. Site visits allow students to gain direct experiences with corporate tools, equipment, technologies, and the supplies that are used within an industry. The career fair, which had a reach of 2,000 students at Ironwood High School, provided the opportunity to engage with industry partners. The college and career coach worked with classroom teachers to provide pre-career fair activities to prepare students for the experience. And as someone who's been to a few, I'd never thought about being prepared to go. What questions should I ask? What should that look like? What follow-up should I do? So these explicit instruction support skills are incredible. It's important to note that while all of our sites are making great progress for these supports for all of our students, our sites where we have Elevate Ed are seeing that progress accelerated. Two very exciting partnership initiatives I wanted to share with you this evening. So the first is the RAMPS for Cybersecurity Education and Workforce. That stands for Regional Alliance and Multi-Stakeholder Partnerships to Stimulate Education and Workforce. Implementation of the RAMPS Cybersecurity Grant at the Met. Elevate Ed received this grant from the National Institute of Standards and Technology, which is the U.S. Department of Commerce, to help expand the opportunities for students specific to the field of cybersecurity. As a result of the grant and the industry partners that are supporting the initiative, we have seen a significant impact on the student placements for internships for the MET's cybersecurity program. So more placements and higher quality placements for our students. This opportunity has expanded the district's industry partnerships, connecting key stakeholders to us and across the state of Arizona. These connections have significantly increased the professional development opportunities for our instructors, such as that externship instructor participating in that industry training, such as Threat Intelligence Support Unit Training, presented at Grand Canyon University and the Arizona Cyber Threat Response Alliance for our teachers. Incredible. The second one is the Department of Education's CTE CHIPS Challenge. Elevate Ed, in partnership with Peoria Unified and Deer Valley Unified, were recently announced as semifinalists for the Department of Ed's CTE CHIPS Challenge, a multi-phase $1 million prize competition to support pathway development in advanced manufacturing. Only one of 36, which is pretty impressive. So what this does for us is will help us develop the pathways relative to the technology skills and credentials needed to be successful in the semiconductor and advanced manufacturing careers, which is very relevant to where Peoria is situated. So now it's time to introduce you to student number 2. This student is in our technology strand specific to cybersecurity and is planning to go into electrical engineering. His internship was with an organization called GenTech that offers an after-school experience for elementary children in the Paradise Valley School District. Our Peoria High School career and college coach helped him reformat his resume, got him an interview, and the job, which paid $30 an hour. For him, this checked 2 boxes as a part-time job and an internship which would boost his resume. His time was spent with elementary students programming robot cars. Not only was he able to use his technology skills, but he gained a new respect for his own elementary teachers and trying to manage a classroom of little ones. He was able to facilitate the daily activities with these little ones by taking charge of the classroom setting, a skill he did not previously have. He now grasps how great this experience is for his resume. To prepare for our presentation this evening, we asked for an early sample of our data for this school year, and it was sent to us in mid-April. So know that all of these data are likely to increase as we round out the school year because we're still collecting information on students being placed for summer internships, and it continues to grow as we get closer to the end of the school year. 3 of the areas being assessed for success include career awareness, touchpoints, job shadows, and dual enrollment internships. The second column from the left shows the target goal that Peoria Unified and Elevate Ed agreed upon for this school year. You can easily see that the schools are exceeding those targets, noting in year 1 that Peoria High School only had 1 internship, and in year 1, Ironwood has had 8. Up until just mid-April. It takes time and intention to implement a robust system as such, but you can see our school's progress is certainly impressive. So before we conclude, what would the future impact look like with governing board approval this evening? An approval would continue to support opportunities for the 2,997 students at Peoria and Ironwood High School, and it would add another 2,657 students from Kellis and Cactus, totaling out 5,654 student potential impacts. An approval would allow us to continue with the CHIPS Challenge of $1 million prize opportunity and to continue with the RAMPS cybersecurity grant to support not only more placements for our students, but also the highest of quality placements. And approval continues to support building sustainable relationships in the West Valley business with our business partners. Peoria Unified has struggled to connect with in the past. This helps us build out our database of business partnerships. This work continues to enhance the community perspective of Peoria Unified's progress by demonstrating how our students are not only prepared, but also have the skills necessary to be successful right here in a rapidly growing West Valley. And finally, an approval helps Peoria Unified stay not just at one table, but all the tables where the discussions are happening in a two-way dialogue about understanding and preparing our students to have the needed skills to be successful in their next chapter. And with that, I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Dr. Hernandez. First off, that was very detailed, so thank you, and your mouth can relax for a second. We don't have any public comment tied to this line item, so Mrs. Ewing, start with you. Any questions for Dr. Hernandez?
One of the things that, this isn't really a question, but one of the things that I committed myself to doing and have done since I came onto this board is trying to work really hard at reaching out to business partners and connecting them to our schools so that there's opportunities for internships, mentoring, and so forth. Mr. Eichenlaub, you've gotten tons of emails from me on business leads and so forth, so thank you for taking all of those. And so I know the importance of connecting our students to the business community. And I think anything we can do to bring skills to our students so they are workforce ready, and any way we can align ourselves with also the economic initiatives that our city is actually going after. This is really how we work together as a full community, and I know that this project, it's seeing huge successes with our students and helping to build that business partnerships and building those relationships. So I really appreciate that. I would, because I've had some conversations about how the dual enrollment certifications for teachers has changed and created some challenges, and learning how Elevate Ed has actually played a great role in helping us to kind of overcome that piece. So I thought maybe you could offer a little bit of insight on that.
President Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, the insight I would offer is that it is still challenging.
Yeah, and I, because the rate, so I guess I didn't really ask that correctly. It's my understanding that dual enrollment, the teachers who are certified for it, there's some increasing certifications that they're having to meet. And so any way we can give incentives for those teachers to have to go back and do those extra steps to make sure that they're enrolled, it's great to be able to have Elevate Education in there who will give those incentives and so forth, and is helping us to make sure that we're continuing to provide those dual enrollment teachers for that. So I really appreciate, because we can only provide the classes and the dual enrollment classes if we have the teachers to be able to teach it. So that's really important. So I love this. I think it's great. And I really appreciate you reviewing so detailed on the compliance piece of it, on because that's really important for our community to see how we ask for compliance across all of the standards that we continue to set with all our partnerships. So thank you.
Clerk Toby, do you have any questions?
No questions. Thank you for bringing this forward. The more I tour different high school campuses, the more I'm just amazed at the level of service that we're providing for our students. And I compare with my own high school experience, and I tell my kids that I'm jealous. Like, I really want to go back and take a lot of those courses, all these things. I mean, it does provide a platform where our kids are actually not just smart and informed, but really successful when they leave our campuses. So, thank you.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any questions?
I do, and it's around compliance. I appreciate the slide that says policy AC, executive orders, dear colleague letter, and the governing board resolution from February 27th, 2025, but how are we going to assure our Peoria families that Elevate Ed is going to comply with our standards?
President Rooks, Mrs. Bowles, when we look at the program and the services being provided through that program, the interactions between the staff and the students, that long list of items, the mock interviews, the resume preparation, and those types of, that is not curriculum in which any ideological or racial-based information would potentially come into that. So as a contractor, we have looked closely at the practices. We have our own career specialists who work closely with the college and career coach from Elevate Ed to ensure that the way we are supporting students is simply just that. There is no opportunity for any promotion of one race above another. In this, as I said earlier, this absolutely captures academic excellence through merit, competence, and individual ability. This opportunity is open to all students at that school, those schools. So what it looks like on the ground is I may be in my English class, and the teacher may be teaching the approved curriculum because that's what they would do. And there may be spark an interest for me as a student, and I want to explore a career pathway. I have access to that career coach to go and talk with that person about, I have an interest in what can I do with my excitement around literature. And that's where they would be able to explore those opportunities for, well, let's see, what would that pathway look like? Is there a high demand, high wage opportunity for that? You know, what could that support as far as another pathway? But all students have access to that type of support.
And that career coach being a district employee.
The career coach is from Elevate, but they work side by side with our career specialist that we have on every Peoria Unified High School campus.
So then I ask the question again, how will we know? I'll just read a statement. Elevate Ed Arizona is an initiative that focuses on connecting education, business, and community to prepare students for college and career, and it includes DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts. Elevate Ed AZ aims to align education with workforce needs and real world experiences through internships. And then it goes on to purpose of Elevate and DEI focus, being Elevate Arizona recognizes the importance of DEI and actively working to align education with workforce learning pathways that reflect the diverse needs of Arizona industries. And there's more that I could read. Examples of DEI they give, the essence of how they use some of that. So they end by saying, in essence, Elevate Ed AZ goes beyond simply preparing students for the workforce. It also actively works to ensure that these opportunities are accessible to all, which of course we would all agree with, but it says then that the workforce would be diverse and inclusive. So how would we know that as a board and or I'll speak for myself, how will I know, and constituents that are not in the room, and policies we've already put in place, that career coach, and I think I'm saying that correctly, that from Elevate Ed Arizona, career coach sitting next to our employee, I don't have any information on how we know they're in compliance or going to stay in compliance. And I'll just say it gets old. It just gets old having to constantly, be a gatekeeper. That's how I feel. So is there anything in place that assurances that they're not going to do that? I mean, am I missing something?
So President Rooks, Mrs. Bowles, so on the screen I've gone back to some of those career awareness activities. These are the things, the one-on-one support. These individuals are not handing content to the students, they are providing guidance. So a student creates a resume, they redline, they edit it, they provide that feedback back to them. In those scenarios, the opportunity to promote one race over another in providing some sort of advantage is not present.
Okay, that's all I have, thanks.
I'm going to come back to that, but Ms. Bowles, I'm going to come back to Mrs. Bowles' question because I have concerns, but Ms. Proudfit, go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you for another report. I know you had two very, very comprehensive reports to prepare for tonight's meeting, so thank you. Thank you for your work, and thank you for your team for their hard work as well. We talk a lot about the point of an education is to develop critical thinkers so that they have opportunity in their life to create the life that they choose. And workforce readiness is obviously something that is crucial. It's what you do with an education. And based off what Mr. Toby was saying, I think you're right. When we were in high school, I had a great high school experience outside of the district, but that bridge was not built to say that we're doing this because this is where this skill can lead. So I think the pragmatics of this program, with the resume workshops, with the interview, I hadn't even thought about preparing to enter a career fair. And a college fair would also be a great prep. So my questions really center around how are we connecting the students to understand the opportunities that are available to them. I'm never concerned about the assertive students that are like, I have that spark in literature, what can I do with it? My concern is more, what do we do with those students who might not be inclined, to go and visit that career specialist? So how do we connect students to what is available to them?
President Rooks, Mrs. Proudfit, we push in to the classrooms to provide a face to the name, our career specialist and our career coach, and this is what they do. This is the support they can provide, those lists of things that we have on the screen, and sometimes it's that, for my own child, she was having some challenges with a college application, and that person was able to support her to figure out where the issue was. No transfer of content, or not just steps to support to be able to do that. So we push into all of our classrooms. We make sure all of our staff are aware. And so it's that opportunity for any staff member, English teacher, math teacher, it could be our friends who have that perfect 36. And clearly they've thought about what their career path is going to be, but those other students in there that may not have that perfect 36, did you know that this is an opportunity you could have? Mm-hmm. Is this a career pathway that you might be interested in? What are you interested in? What's your passion? Which classes are of most interest to you? Which ones do you struggle with, on the other side, to be able to engage in those conversations?
I think that is extremely helpful because, again, we have all this stuff available, and even being on the board, there's so much more available than even I knew as a parent. And I had, my first son graduated a few years ago. Do we do anything to make parents aware, and obviously particularly high school parents, aware of some of these services, having gone through now my second child in the college application process? Very comprehensive, very difficult, also kind of a nice little situation you can have with your child as you're writing and editing essays and all that. But do we bring parents into this at all to help them be able to point their children, or you get what I'm saying, to kind of include them in that process of pushing them towards services that might be of use to them?
Certainly, President Rooks, Mrs. Proudfit. So as the proud parent of a child who attends 3 high schools in our district, I was just potentially lamenting earlier about how excited I am to get parent square messages from 3 different high schools every day. And so I'm very well versed, in at least about half of our schools, as to how they are communicating out to parents. There are workshops available for parents. There are opportunities for parents to come in, learn about specific pathways. There are opportunities where I hear directly from the career specialist about those opportunities, so that just in case my child doesn't tell me, I've had a chance to hear it from the school. And so it's that outward communication that our schools are doing a great job bringing parents in, supporting them with, this is something we offer, and this is an opportunity for you to learn if you would like.
That's good to hear. My child's school, the ones in high school now, are not involved in this program. And so it's great to hear that there's that connection happening with parents to kind of join all the forces together to help these kids get off to a great start. So.
And your child's high school would still have a career specialist that would be doing very similar work with that outreach to parents and those opportunities for students.
Great, thank you.
All right, Dr. Hernandez. So I do have concerns. What I'm looking at is not I'm against the partnership initiatives, the opportunities that brings for the students through the program. I'm completely in support of CTE and all the options. I didn't have that in high school, so to see that, that's wonderful. What I have to look at as a governing board member is this is a contract. At the top of the contract, it is the Elevate Ed AZ, the memo of understanding between the Greater Phoenix Chamber Foundation and Peoria Unified School District, where it states the purpose of this agreement is to continue an existing partnership, the collaborative partnership between the foundation and the district. Those terminologies I look at in the contract because I did pull up the Greater Phoenix Chamber, and for me, what stands out that I am just very concerned about, especially when we have a federal situation going on right now, that I don't want to jeopardize federal funding, and we agreed to a resolution. They have on here diversity, equity, inclusion. It's a document, PDF. Diversity, equity, inclusion says the Greater Phoenix Chamber knows that embarking on this journey isn't easy. Implementing DI strategies takes time and effort. The good news is you don't have to be a large company with a chief diversity officer on staff to get started. The Chamber's DEI committee, comprised of diversity, equity, and inclusion professionals across various industries, have developed this toolkit to help you or company begin your journey. It's got 20 pages from their website of unconscious bias. And if they have reading through this document, a diversity, equity, and inclusion committee, that is where I get a little bit concerned, because we're talking about a contract between this foundation and the district. And if I put my name on that, when we just adopted a resolution to eliminate this kind of stuff in compliance with the federal government and what President Trump is trying to do, that's where I have concerns. It's nothing against your presentation. I've told you I have trusted you. I just can't put my name on something that goes against the resolution that we just passed.
So President Rooks, the only thing I would add is that the language from, the lens that I look through, the language from our resolution, which I'm very familiar with, especially given some of our recent work, is the prohibition on third-party contractors, specifically in an effort to circumvent prohibited uses of race. So what I'm looking for is that evidence of the work happening with our teachers and our students to identify, are there any practices that would try to circumvent the prohibited uses of race. And the Dear Colleague letter, the FAQ that came from the Office of Civil Rights, is very clear on what those are. And so in looking at those documents, and that is why with this particular piece, the contractors and circumventing prohibited uses of race is where I would lean into for this. But I understand your concerns and I appreciate your comments.
Yeah, it's hard because I'm not saying I'm against the opportunities for the students. It's very frustrating when you have these organizations and these foundations that are still pushing all of these ideologies. It's just really disappointing to see that, because then it messes up with what we're supposed to be following with a resolution and the federal government. I'm only shivering and shaking up here because it's super cold, so that's why it's hard to talk. It's very cold up. Yeah.
Send it this way.
So that's just my concern. And so if the Greater Phoenix Chamber Foundation wants to work with Peoria Unified School District in providing these opportunities to the students, I would have to see a drastic change in what they're implementing and what they're supporting, what they're pushing out there, because it goes completely against the resolution that we just adopted. And that's just my comments. Sorry, I'm like shaking up here. No, it's okay. I'm fine. I'm all right.
If I may,
yes.
President Rooks, I have a question. And it kind of goes along, Mrs. Bowles, you made me think of the question based upon some of your line of questioning. So whenever we have, and this may be a question for Dr. Summers, but whenever we have consultants that come and work on our campus when they're not our direct employees. Like our direct employees, we have very specific guidelines of what content or that they can provide to our students and there's specific guardrails because they are our employees, right? So whenever we have consultants come onto our campus in this kind of scenario through Elevate Ed, those individuals, what kind of requirements what kind of guardrails or requirements do they have to meet? And that's why I say it might be more of a question to you on what they're allowed to even provide to our students. I don't know if you get what I'm asking.
President Ricks, Mrs. Ewing, I think the simplest way to answer that is anytime we do have a relationship or a partnership with whatever consulting is taking place, those terms are usually spelled out in, like, for example, what we're talking about tonight within an MOU. We expect that every partnership is reflective of and operates within the guidelines of our policy. So if I could kind of take the question from a theoretical and just put it back into the context of this conversation, one way that the board could contemplate going forward, and I think this mirrors what we also know from the perspective that a legal review of this type of activity could also help us demonstrate is there a recognition from the essentially Greater Phoenix Chamber at this point, and could they write something to assure that they are not only A, aware of, but B, willing to comply with what our expectations are as they have those interactions with our students. I think that's one path forward for you. The other way to frame that, and I think this is getting to President Rook's concern as she just described it, and just kind of paraphrasing back to make sure I am hearing it this way. If an organization is saying on their website A, B, and C things, and that in and of itself gives the board pause on, well, how can we have a relationship with this organization if it's posturing these practices? I think that potential assurance that we ask them to comply with creates an extra layer of expectation that could be, does it meet the expectation of the board? I think it really gets back to that ultimate question of, because it's not maybe explicitly stated that way within the way this MOU is drafted right now. So as best as I can offer that up as a consideration for the board is what exactly would Greater Phoenix Chamber need to say or do to assure that they will stay in compliance? And would that letter constitute, and with a very clear set of this is what we're expecting from you? Now I can't tell you that they would, exactly how they would approach that. They would have to respond to that. But it could give them the opportunity to say, here's how we will respond to that. And we could also have that legal review piece attached to it, so that the board could have that additional level of understanding and expectation clearly, explicitly stated. So does that make sense from the initial question into what I think you were asking as well?
Yes, I mean, well, because just looking up Chamber of Commerce, Phoenix Chamber of Commerce just now, I was able to find that information. And especially since on the Elevate Ed AC website, you know, if there is inclination of Peoria Unified School District, we partner with. What I don't want to see happen is, reaching out to them to see, okay, are you really abiding by the resolution? Can you answer the question of, do you have a diversity equity committee through the Phoenix Chamber Foundation? Because I feel like that is, when we're putting them into a contract language, and it specifically states up there the Phoenix Chamber of Foundation, that's where I just want to make sure we're signing a contract with them.
So President Rooks and Governing Board, we already have enough of a communication going right now with the Chamber to, I think, be very deliberate about here is what the feedback is or the direction from our board at this point. It would give them then the opportunity to respond to that expectation. And I think giving them that opportunity then allows you all to determine whether or not they are meeting the expectation as it's consistent with our resolution and our expectation. So that's just my, I think, reflection of what I'm hearing, so that, because it really gets to the question that Mrs. Bowles phrased, that, and the concerns that are already being brought forward, so that it gives you every bit of assurance as to what the intent and what the scope of everything is that we're expecting from this type of an agreement.
Yeah, I think that just because I understand like the curriculum side point of view, but if it's already embedded through their foundation of the DEI committee and the ideology of it, and that's incorporated in their foundation, that's just where I don't want to see it in a contract language. I'm looking at it from a contract language perspective versus anything else. When we're talking about the federal government, if somebody goes and sees that, it's just going across the country right now. Like, they're cracking down on it. So that's my only concern with that, and answering that from the Chamber of Commerce would be great.
So President Rooks, if I may, in order for us to take that next step, might I recommend the board consider a table of the item at this point with the opportunity and expectation that we've just been outlining. I believe, given the direction that we're receiving, that assurance and that written, I mean, we can call it an attestation, is the direction that you are giving us at this point, that we would work to anticipate bringing that back toward the board as early as May 29th. I don't know if that'll be absolutely what they can commit to, but at least they know that that's where we're at, and it's on pause essentially until that time. So that would be my recommendation.
President Ricks, is the floor open for a motion?
Can I just, sorry, before you do, I just wanted to.
Hold on, is the floor open? Or?
But let's have questions first, and then we'll do the floor.
Yeah, it's just one, if working with the board attorney, I would love to have the input of the board attorney with you, President Rooks, and then Dr. Summers, prior to us contacting the chamber, just so we're very succinct in our messaging of what, making sure we're in compliance and what needs to be said, just to tie that up. I don't want to approach them, then bring legal in, and then have to go back, and so just that would be my request.
President Rooks, if I may.
Yes.
I want to be transparent as well in that there is a timing sensitivity to this piece, given the funding that goes to those positions and the hiring that would need to happen. So with respect, I would ask, if we're going to table, could we table with the intent to bring it back at our next governing board meeting, so it gives us a time to expedite that request, get that letter, or whatever the information is, to you, so that we can bring this on the 29th in order to secure the funding for those positions. Otherwise, Elevated will allow it to another district.
Okay. That's fine. And then we'll have an executive session maybe at the next meeting before that, so that we can get that legal advice. Totally fine with that. So yes, now no more other questions. The floor is open for a motion.
Thank you, President Ricks. I motion to table with intent to bring back to the next board meeting Elevate Arizona Memorandum of Understanding between the Greater Phoenix Chamber Foundation, Peoria Unified School District Amendment, and in line with that, a resolution and expectation and legal advice.
I will second.
Thank you.
So we have a motion made by Mrs. Bowles and a second made by myself. And if you could run us through a voice vote as well.
President Rooks, members of the board, if you'll allow me a moment to update that motion, and then I will read it back to you shortly.
Thank you.
President Rooks, members of the board, I have the motion reading as motion to table the amendment to agreement between the Greater Phoenix Chamber Foundation and Peoria Unified School District to extend the term of the agreement to June 30th, 2026, with the intent to seek legal counsel and revisit the item on May 29th, 2025.
I don't think that's correct.
Were you wanting to have?
We're not extending anything, we are tabling it.
That's what's just in the language of the MOU. The MOU is just saying extending in that language.
Yeah.
It's not saying we're extending it till June, it's just that's what's in the MOU.
Okay.
Yes, that sounds good, Azur. Thank you.
Okay. Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Thank you. Dr. Hernandez. And moving on to 11.2, Educational Services, LLC, ESI, Employee Staffing Agreement. Good evening, Ms. Myers. Thank you.
Well, thank you, and good evening, President Rooks, members of the Governing Board, Dr. Summers, Cabinet, and community. Peoria Unified has used third-party companies for employee staffing and substitute services for a number of years. Currently, the district is procuring Educational Services, LLC, also known as ESI, through a 1 GPA cooperative contract for the staffing of substitutes as well as leaseback employees who have retired for the term of 1 year. And here on the screen, you'll see that Terry has launched a second amendment document attached to this agenda item. We've actually included both the fiscal year 22 and 23 complete contracts. And this afternoon, I also added addendum number 1, which was part of the fiscal year 2024 agreement that was in place for this fiscal year. And this is amendment number 2. So I'm going to draw your attention. The governing board in the past has approved our contract. And for the last 2 years, there's been a simple amendment, which I'll speak to what changed with Amendment 2 as well as Amendment 1. And so I'll talk a little bit about ESI's Return to Work program that allows an individual to retire and become part of the Arizona State Retirement System, also known as ASRS, and to subsequently return to work for an ASRS employer, continuing in the same position or a new position without any restrictions while maintaining their retirement status with ASRS. And so I highlight that because when someone retires and they return to work, they're no longer being treated as an employee of that public employer, but rather a third party, and in this case, ESI. And so legislation was passed in 2011 that authorizes the Arizona State Retirement System to implement an alternate contribution rate, also referred to as ACR, to be charged to employers who hire Arizona State Retirement System employees and who return to work. So all district employees, as an example, are subject to the ASRS contribution rate, as well as the employer is 12% for fiscal year 2026. If you're a retiree, you're not subject to that, but there's an alternative contribution rate that's assessed. And the reason why I draw that to your attention, that's the main change that's occurred with this addendum number 2 that's being brought forward this evening. So the fiscal year 2024 ESI agreement was originally approved by the governing board on June 22nd, 2023. And the first amendment to that agreement was approved by the governing board last summer on June 12th, 2024. And that particular amendment included 3 things primarily: updated insurance limits, an updated fee schedule, and an updated alternative contribution rate amount. And again, we have on the screen the second amendment to the fiscal year 2024 agreement. And the main change with this amendment is simply to adjust the alternative contribution rate that'll go into effect next year. Is actually decreasing slightly. It'll be 9.75%. and that is the main change for Amendment Number 2 to the ESI agreement with Peoria Unified School District that's being brought forward for your consideration. Now I'll look to Azure. Is there any commentary on the motion or next steps at this point?
We are good to go, Ms.
Okay,
Myers.
very good, thank you. And so with that, that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Myers, for your presentation. We don't have any public comment tied to this line item, so Ms. Ewing, do you have any questions?
I don't. I'm well aware with ESI, and I think it's a great service and opportunity and partnership, so thank you.
Clerk Toby, do you have any questions?
No, none for me, thanks.
Ms. Bowles, do you have any questions?
I do not, thank you.
Ms. Proudfit, any questions?
None for me.
I didn't have any either. I just wanted to have it presented so that community is aware of the changes and just making sure that we're being accountable with what changes are being made. So thank you, Ms. Myers, for presenting it. I appreciate it. So I just need a motion on the floor.
I will motion to approve the Educational Services LLC Employee Staffing Agreement for the 2025-2026 fiscal year.
I will second.
So we have a motion made by Mrs. Ewing and a second made by Mrs. Proudfit. And if you could run us through a voice vote as well.
Mrs. Proudfit,
Yes.
Ms. Bowles,
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
President Rooks,
Yes.
and Mr. Toby.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Moving on to 11.3, approval to ratify cooperative contract Omnia number R24-08, maintenance, repair, and operations, MRO, supplies, related products, and services to add additional vendors. Ms. Myers, again, thank you.
Thank you, and good evening again, President Rooks, members of the Governing Board, Dr. Summers, Cabinet, and Community. This evening, we have a total of 5 additional procurement items that are being brought forward in the action portion of the agenda. And what I'd like to do is I'll cover the first 4 back to back once you consider each one, because they're very similar, starting with 11.3. And this cooperative contract offers qualified vendors to provide a wide selection of maintenance, repair, supplies, and related products and services for Peoria Unified staff and departments. And the district would like to add 3 awarded vendors under this cooperative contract for use in the Peoria Unified School District. It's Fastenal Company, Kimball Midwest, and W.W. Granger. The district's estimated annual expenditure for these 3 vendors is $700,000, and that concludes the first cooperative action item. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Myers. We have no public comment to this item, so Ms. Ewing, do you have any questions?
I don't. Thank you.
Okay. Clerk Toby, do you have any questions?
No, thank you.
Ms. Bowles, do you have any questions?
No, thank you.
Ms. Proudfit, do you have any questions? Nope. I just had one question. I don't know, is this at all related to Mr. Molino's presentation earlier with all of the products or whatnot for maintenance and cleaning supplies? I don't know if that's part of the contracts here.
Thank you. President Rooks, members of the Governing Board, the district has a large volume of vendors that we procure supplies from, and these 3 may be utilized for that type of a purchase, but would not exclusively be used for those types of purchases, and are somewhat separate from his presentation.
Okay, thank you. That was the only question I had. So I just need a motion on the floor.
A motion to approve the presented vendors for use by Peoria Unified under the Omnia contract 24-08, maintenance, repair, and operations as presented.
And I'll second.
So we have a motion made by Clerk Toby and a second made by Mrs. Bowles. And if you could run us through a voice vote.
President Rooks,
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit,
Yes.
Ms. Bowles,
Yes.
Mr. Toby.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Moving on to 11.4, approval to ratify cooperative contract Mojave 21F-GAI-0424 running tracks to increase the expenditure amount to $830,000. Ms. Myers
Yes,
again.
thank you, President Rooks, members of the Governing Board. This cooperative contract was previously brought forward to the governing board for consideration in the past and subsequent approval. But at that point in time, the estimated annual expenditure for the year was $150,000. The approved awarded vendor is General Acrylics, Inc., doing business as GA Sports Construction. Due to expanded maintenance projects on the district's high school running tracks, the estimated annual expenditure has increased, and subsequently we're bringing back this agenda item for the governing board to approve and ratify Mojave Contract 21F-GAI-0424 to increase the estimated expenditure amount to be $830,000. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Myers. Board members, any questions or comments?
Just a quick question, which high school track?
Thank you.
Is that?
Thank you, Mrs. Young. I'll look to Mr. Molino to provide that response. Thank you.
President Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, it's two main projects. The first one is a complete rebuild of the Cactus High School track area and resurfacing. That's going to be a little over $600,000, and then a resurfacing of Liberty High School, and that's a little over $200,000.
Okay, great, thank you. I know that we have several schools that needed to be done, so thank you.
Clerk Toby, do you have any questions?
No, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Bowles, questions?
No, thank you.
Ms. Proudfit, do you have any questions?
No.
All right. I don't have any either, so I just need a motion on the floor.
I will motion to approve and ratify the Mojave Contract 21F-GAI-0424 running tracks to increase the expenditure amount to $830,000.
I will second.
So we have a motion made by Clerk Toby and a second made by Mrs. Proudfit. And if you could run us through a voice vote.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
Ms. Bowles,
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit,
Yes.
President Rooks,
Yes.
Mr. Toby.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeses. Moving on now to 11.5, approval to add cooperative contract Mojave 24I-1017 online marketplace direct order. Ms. Myers.
Thank you. President Rooks, members of the governing board, this cooperative contract offers qualified vendors to provide a wide selection of online marketplace direct orders for the district. There are 7 vendors that are being brought forward. They've been awarded under the cooperative contract, and administration is recommending that they be approved tonight as part of this agenda item. The vendors are listed on this slide, but I will read them as well. Amazon, Intermountain Lock Supply, School Outfitters, Snap-on, Staples, Staples Technology, Superior Cleaning Equipment. The district's annual expenditure is estimated to be $900,000. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Myers. Board members, do you have any questions or comments?
I don't have any, thank you.
Okay. Do you have any? Nope. Ms. Bowles, Ms. Proudfit? Okay, so I just need a motion on the floor.
I will motion to approve the addition of Mojave 24I-1017 online marketplace direct order for the period of 1 year and renewable for up to 4 additional 1-year extensions.
I will second. So we have a motion made by Mrs. Ewing and a second made by myself. And if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
Mr. Toby,
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
Ms. Bowles,
Yes.
President Rooks,
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Moving on to 11.6, approval to add cooperative contract state AZCTR 068886 computer equipment, furbles, and related services. Ms. Myers, that was a long one.
Thank you. President Brooks, members of the governing board, this cooperative contract offers qualified vendors to provide computer equipment, peripherals, and related services for Peoria Unified staff, students, and departments. The awarded vendor included in this agenda item for use within the district is Milestone Computer Technology. The district's estimated annual expenditure is projected to be $200,000. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Myers again. Board members, any questions or comments? All right, I just need a motion on the floor.
I will motion to approve the addition of state AZCTR 068886 6, computer equipment, peripherals, and related services for the period of 1 year and renewable for an additional 1 year.
And I will second.
So we have a motion made by Mrs. Ewing and a second made by Mrs. Bowles. And if you could please run us through another voice vote.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Moving on to 11.7, Peoria Unified School District RFP, IFB, and bid fiscal year 2025 multi-year contracts. Ms. Myers.
Thank you. This is the last one that we have in the procurement area. Good evening again, President Brooks, members of the Governing Board. The Governing Board approves Peoria Unified requests for proposals, invitations for bid, and bid awards that are made by the district for the procurement of goods and services. The awards are for up to 5 years, renewable annually by the Governing Board. And the Governing Board awarded RFP number 12-56-15, disposal of surplus library books, classroom, textbooks, CDs, and manipulatives on January 27th, 2022, with the award going to Mark My Words LLC, also known as Walker Bookstore, to provide for the disposal of surplus library books, textbooks, and other educational materials for the district. As was mentioned, or was provided rather, in the consent agenda earlier this evening, this award was last renewed by the Governing Board on February 22nd, 2024. So in our prior agenda item, we were identifying materials that are going to be disposed of by this vendor, and coincidentally, the same evening, their renewal is on the agenda. And we actually started the renewal process with this vendor earlier in the spring, and tonight, administration is asking for your approval to award year 4 of the 5-year contract. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Myers. Board members, do you have any questions or comments?
I just have one question, and I don't know if it's, I should have probably asked it before when it was on the agenda. Where does this curriculum go when we dispose of it?
Thank you. There is a process working with the vendor where they will go school by school to pick it up, and there are a variety of established markets if it can be utilized, or if it's beyond use, beyond its useful life, it's just very worn, it would be disposed of in inappropriate methods, be it recycled or destroyed, etc.
Is there any way for other districts to know that we're doing that, or do we have partnerships with vendors that would bring curriculum to other, if there was a need in a rural area or that kind of thing?
Vendors like Walker Bookstore work in those types of established markets.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
All right, no further questions. I just need a motion on the floor. I'll motion to approve and ratify the Peoria Unified School District fiscal year 2025 request for proposal, invitation for bids, and bid contract award extensions as presented for the renewal period.
I'll second.
So we have a motion made by myself and a second made by Mrs. Bowles. And if you could please run us through a voice vote.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Thank you, Ms. Myers, tonight. Moving on to 12, closing public comment. 12.1, request to address the governing board regarding matters not included on the agenda. We have no closing public comments. Moving on to 13, informational reports. 13.1, report on upcoming meetings and events. Mrs. Airy.
President Rooks, members of the board, of course, the greatest thing going on that list right now is graduation, and of course we have promotions as well, but just want to let you all know, as well as our community, that we look forward to seeing you at graduation.
Wonderful, thank you. Moving on to 13.2, legislative, state, and local updates. Ms. Myers.
Yes, well, good evening. Again, President Rooks, members of the Governing Board, Dr. Summers, Cabinet, and Community. Arizona's 2025 legislative session began on January 13th, and April 22nd was the 100th day of the session. And over the last several months, state representatives and senators have come together to propose legislation, consider bills, set the state budget, and pass state laws. Work at the legislature has slowed after the legislature and Governor Hobbs reached a bipartisan agreement to fund the Parent-Paid Provider Program in DDD, the Division of Developmental Disabilities, which was facing a $122 million shortfall and was set to run out of funding by the end of April. 2 weeks ago, the legislature passed a bipartisan bill to keep the division funded. The district is currently monitoring Proposition 123 bills that may also include Empowerment Scholarship account impacts and a possible referral to the ballot. Limited budget progress has been made to date. The school finance community is monitoring the budget development by the legislature and recommendations that will ultimately need to be reconciled to the governor's proposed executive budget that was presented back in January. So at this point in time, it is anticipated that the legislative session may continue into the month of June, and administration will keep you updated accordingly. And with that, that concludes my report tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Myers. Moving on to 14, other business. 14.1, board member opportunity to readdress agenda items on tonight's meeting. Ms. Ewing?
I don't have any.
Okay.
Thank you.
Clerk Toby, do you have any?
No, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Bowles, do you have anything you want to readdress on the agenda?
No, I do not, thank you.
Ms. Proudfit, do you have anything you want to readdress?
None for me, thank you.
I just wanted to readdress on my board member comments. We also had School Nurse Week this week, and I just wanted to wish all of our school nurses happy School Nurse Week. I know that they go above and beyond for our students and ensuring their safety and everything, that training that they do, and just making parents feel that their kids are safe at school. So I just want to wish them all that. Moving on to 14.2. Requests for agenda items for future governing board meetings. Ms. Ewing, do you have any future requests?
I just have one. It's in what we talked about earlier. It's just to later on have a study session on the mental health wellness and support program that we have in place, and what are the layers of support, and any sort of staffing challenges, and how we'll continue to provide that support to ensure students' safety and support. So I have a study session on that. That's tied to that previous conversation on discussion. So I need a second on that.
I will second.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Clerk Toby, do you have any requests?
Nothing at this time, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Bowles, do you have any requests?
Not at this time, thanks.
Okay. Ms. Proudfit, do you have any requests?
None for me, thank you.
Okay. I just had a few that's come up. One is I did want to ask for just the executive session at the next meeting for legal advice on the language change of AAA on an IEP from a one-on-one, just how it correlates with the IDEA laws.
I'll second.
Thank you. I would like to see what our discussion policy around field trips, having a number of chaperones and staff for our kindergarten through 8th grade field trips. I just want to make sure that if there is a policy, if there's not, looking at one just to ensure the safety of how many chaperones and staff that we have on our field trips for students.
And I'll second.
Thank you. I did want to look at, and I don't know if we can do this, Dr. Summers, in the summertime, but looking at Liberty High School's, Ms. Proudfit, you brought it up, their idea that they came up with of, instead of students getting detentions, of cleanup duties and things like that. I love that idea, so I just don't know if we can just dive into that in the summer to see if that can be a procedure, policy, whatnot. What would that look like?
I will second.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
I will second. Sorry.
Awkward.
I was like, that's a great idea.
Okay. Thank you. Next is, I just want to look at any policies, or if we need to relate again on a policy for when we're documenting when a student is injured in our general ed classroom, our ABLE programs, what type of documentation has to go into place, whether it's the aide, teacher, nurse, staff, principal, what type of documentation they have to have on file and sharing it with the parent. So just looking at if we have a policy surrounding that, diving deep into it and then, yeah, going from there.
And I'll second.
Thank you. See, last, Hernandez, I know I said it during earlier, but just looking at other districts, what they're doing with the AAA, if they're looking at those type of changes in relation to IEP language.
I'll second.
Thank you. And I think that was all that I had on here, so. Oh, yes. Toby just mentioned the executive session on Elevate Ed AZ with the Phoenix Chamber of Foundation, the contract language and things like that. If we can have that executive session at the next board meeting.
I'll second.
Thank you. And that is it, so.
I have one.
Okay,
I did
go ahead, Ms.
forget.
Bowles.
I would like to have a future agenda item to discuss why we have 3.1 report on upcoming, I'm sorry, wrong one, 14.1, board member opportunity to readdress agenda items. And just discussion around that. Do we need that on our agenda? Thank you.
I will second.
Thank you.
All right, moving now on to 15 adjournment, 15.1 adjournment. I will motion to adjourn this meeting at 9:45 p.m.
I will second.
So we have a motion made by myself and a second made by Clerk Tovey. If you could run us through a voice vote.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes 5 yeas. Good night, everybody. Thank you.